Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Limitless One-Punch Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Here is a small fact. Not all men are treated equally. I had that beaten into me by Katsuki Bakugo all those years ago. Person I called a friend, who I respected and cared for. Now, he was unrecognizable, kicking a blue-haired girl for being a villain. What are you doing, Kaken? I stood in front of them, keeping my back towards that blue-haired girl. I'm showing her who's strong here. Not like you. Would understand that. I felt the absolute malice in his voice, and I felt fear of turning on who was my friend. But then I looked behind me to see the brunette crying, with bruises along her face. Wait, she's older than me. But would he pick on her? I didn't know why he decided to pick on her on that day. But I didn't care. I wasn't going to back down. Not for the world. Kaken, why are you doing this? He snickered sadistically, to which I was confused. Why do I have to explain myself? To the likes of you? For some reason, despite the fear in my heart, my head was already piecing things together. He's not our friend anymore. God, the thought at the time scared me. But what scared me more was that I would give in to that pressure and let everyone take advantage of me. My preschool teacher passed me over for just a kid who couldn't do anything on his own. I'd always have people making fun of me for just being quirkless. But now, Katsuki crossed a line. As he was about to reach me, I punched him in the gut, throwing him off of me. He went flying by a few feet, but he didn't move further back. He clutched his stomach, but the atmosphere became so thick that I felt suffocated by it. Katsuki, don't do this. Or what? He sneered at me while activating his quirk by smashing his hands together. I didn't like that expression on him. Arrogance. You'll stop me with your imaginary quirk? Hey, just because I don't have a quirk doesn't mean I can't be a hero. I yelled, despite my bruised arms and legs. I stood strong, despite me being outnumbered, 3-2, give it up, Deku. He sneered again like he was the only person who could ever become a hero. You will never be able to be a hero. You're worthless. He ran this time, blinded by rage instead of his ego. His friends now were against me. I was alone. Let's be heroes, like All Might. As I was falling unconscious, I remembered that time, when we were, why am I different from you now? I saw his eyes, looking down at me like I was an ant to him. I remember you and I watching All Might beating up bad guys. We both promised each other to be heroes. But do you look at me like that? I'm nothing to you. I didn't even register the pain. My mind started to process my loneliness before I could even feel like I had broken any bones. All alone, I said as I passed out from Katsuki's punch. The next thing I knew, I felt someone else's tears falling onto my skin. I slowly opened my eyes to find myself being embraced by my mom. She was crying, and all I could do was feel guilty as I remembered what happened. No, I have mom. Not alone. I remembered the video I watched, asking her if I could be a hero, like All Might. She only apologized. But I just felt useless at that moment too. Just like I did at this moment. I can't do anything to comfort her. After all she's done for me. Izuku. She cried, wailing against my body. For a few minutes. We stayed like that. But then she slowly pulled away from me, clearing her eyes in the process. I saw a new expression on her face, almost reflecting something inside me. Do you want to become a hero? Of course I do, I responded. Will you do anything it takes to become one? She already knew the answer to that. My expression hardened, and I just looked at her with all of the willpower and rage I had. I no longer looked like a 4-year-old with warm, comforting eyes. Now they were dulled, and the only thing that kept me up was Bakuga's expression. I won't let anyone else feel that weak. Ever again. Yes, I nodded. I want to be a hero. No matter what it takes, Mum. Usually, she'd shrug off my dream and worry about me. Now, she had no such expression in her eyes. All I saw was pride. She swallowed, but she didn't cry. Instead, she stood up and looked at me like I was twice my age. "Let's go. I think I might know where you can achieve your dream," she said, giving me her hand, which I accepted. She walked me to the car, where I had sat in the passenger seat. We drove down as we left our house, neighborhood, and community. I was going to ask her where we were going, but as I remembered what she had said to me, I stayed quiet. It was one of the quietest trips we had gone through, and throughout, I just looked back at her. She looked like she knew exactly what to do, just as I did. Eventually, after going far past our home, we saw a small martial arts studio, on top of a mountain. That's a lot of stairs. I looked at the top of the mountain, my mom's hand still holding on to me. "Come on, Izuku. Let's go." She looked like she was hardening her own expression, like she was about to send me off to fight a war that she couldn't fight. But I nodded and walked the hundreds of steps to get up to the top of the mountain. Eventually, we walked to the front of the martial arts studio and knocked on the door. At first, we didn't hear anything, which made us worry for a bit. "Is he gone?" "He." Seconds later, we heard a man saying, I'm coming. Are you a new student?" the person gruffly asked as he opened the door a crack. "No, I wanted to get my son to join," my mom responded to the man. His eyes widened as he saw my mom, but it quickly fell. "How old is he, and does he have a quirk?" he asked calmly. "He is 4 years old, and no, he does not have a quirk." "Sorry, I can't help you." He closed the door, and my mom immediately pounded on the door again. "Please. You have trained people who were quirkless." My mom's voice rang out. He opened the door a crack again, but he sounded like he wanted to not talk to her again. She reminded him of something bad. I did. But they were above a certain age. A person's body, if they do not have the determination to pull through and become the best at using martial arts, will fail. Most children under the age of 10 don't have that determination. My son does. My mom's tone suddenly became deadly serious, lacking any empathy for the person she was speaking to. He wanted to save someone he barely knew from bullies, and he would jump into a battle if he knew he could save someone. He is determined to become a hero. He gasped in confusion, like he didn't expect that, but dropped the tone, opting for a more compassionate one. "Are you sure you want to subject your child to such rigorous training? It isn't easy to learn the technique of fist of flowing water, crushed rock." He sounded regretful, like this was all too familiar to him. "Ask him. He is right here after all." She pointed to me behind the door. The man had opened the door fully, and I saw what he looked like. He had spiked white hair, a black, full-sleeve shirt, and white pants. His features suggested he was old, showing a wrinkled face, with rough skin, and his face seemed to convey that he was put through a lot in his life. Betrayal was one of the emotions I saw on his face, along with déjà vu, as if he saw someone else in me. "Young man." He crouched down to my height, and he put his finger under my chin, looking at me sympathetically. "Do you truly want to learn this? You will face a lot of hardships from learning it. Even though it will be very rewarding in the end, for the first few years, you will be in great pain from the work you will have to do." Unaffected, I say, "Yes, I do want to join. I wanted to become a hero. But I was made fun of by my friends, who wanted nothing to do with me after they gained quirks, and I didn't. Beat me up and made me feel weak. I never want to feel weak again. I don't want anyone to feel weak again." At first, he was stunned by what I had said. His eyes widened, and he stopped breathing for several seconds. Then, the wrinkles in his face relaxed as he smiled, like he was looking in the mirror, and he knew what I felt like. He rubbed his soft hand over my head of hair in an affectionate way. "All right, I will train him to be the strongest." He looked up towards my mom for a single second, then looked at me with kind eyes. "You will be able to achieve that dream of yours." He would never know how right he was. I was getting ready for my day for school when my mom stopped me. "Mom?" I asked. She then proceeded to hug me, but softer than the day that changed both of our lives. She felt warm, happy, and filled with positive emotions. After she pulled away, I walked out of our apartment and waved at her. I went to school and into my classroom. As I came into the classroom, my teacher started discussing our career paths, but while the teacher was speaking, I spaced out, thinking of how I have grown. I gained a significant amount of muscle mass, and it showed. I now had a solid six-pack, along with a lot of muscle on my arms, legs, and upper chest, despite my size. I also helped my community. I made sure that, regardless of how strong I was, I wouldn't think that I was better than anyone else, so I made sure that I helped people. I cleaned up the entirety of the beach that was near my house, and after cleaning it in a month, I ran across it, then back to my house. Then, from a suggestion, I started doing 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, and a 10 kilometers run across the beach, but, eventually, that became too easy, so I pushed the numbers higher. I could now run at 40 miles per hour easily. I could now lift 50,000 pounds with only me being 145 pounds in weight. At first, I was amazed how I could get so strong, so I went back to my old teacher so I could ask how I could improve and how I became so strong a month ago. 1 month ago. Master, I said, taking off my shoes while bowing towards him with respect, and came on the dojo's wooden floor. Yes, Izuku? You haven't been here in a while, have you? He said softly. What ails you? I have come to ask, how have I improved compared to people with quirks? I said, revealing no arrogance, glee, or expectation. You have improved to the point where you can be able to achieve that dream you had told me of. You have the strength and a mind that makes sure that now, no one can now claim that you are powerless without being out of their mind. He and I shared a laugh. He had helped me get away from Katsuki and protected me from them on days where I was weak. He stood up for me when no one else did. He was my first good friend in a long time, asking no payment whatsoever for the dojo from my mom or from me, just the recognition of being my teacher. He taught me the technique fist of flowing water, crushed rock. As he said, it was absolute hell to experience it. However, not only did it develop my body, it made me able to think quicker, and always aware of what's happening around me. With my dedication to becoming smarter, and with my skills that I had gained up to that point, I had an IQ of nearly, actually, why don't we test that? He challenged as he set up his stance. Why don't we have a sparring match, one-on-one? Are you sure, Master? I asked with confusion. Yes, let's spar. You have gone in many tournaments now, haven't you? He said. He was right. Over the years, I competed in many tournaments, from breaking concrete blocks to showing my creative form to, yes, sparring. I have won every single one since I was, yes, but none of them involved fighting you, I said, worried if I would be able to beat him. Yeah, I guess so. Come, Izuku, show me that you can overcome me, and make the student beat the teacher. He said with energy. Yes, sir. I said as I centered myself on the mat, and stayed in the same stance. I saw him get in a similar stance and we started the fight. I knew that, even though he had challenged me, he was going to give his all, based on me seeing him take a more serious stance than what I have seen him take in a while. His arms and legs were tight, and he bore an expression that I didn't see before. I heard my heartbeat through my teeth, and I prepared myself mentally for the hardest spar of my life. I felt my arms rippling, my legs tightening, and I thought was ready. However, he made the first attack, punching me at my side. I slid back a little, but I didn't leave the mat or tap out, which would make me lose in non-point sparring. Remember what I said, young man. My master said, don't overthink your situation, otherwise, someone will react and defeat you beforehand. Have you learned nothing that I have taught you? I remembered his teachings and realized what to do. As quickly as I could, I ran up to him and kicked his knee and shin to try to disable him, but he anticipated that and moved while trying to slice me with his hand. I jumped over it, and without any successful hits on him, I moved back, planning something. He took this time to attack, but I knew he would do this. And moved behind him, and planted a sidekick on his back, landing my first hit on him, but not one he would take lightly. For some reason, his expression now bore desperation. Now, he started using the fist of flowing water, crushed rock to try to hit me, but more through desperation and him wanting to finish the fight, rather than the focused and calm actions I knew him for. He also kept his defense on the rise, keeping me from just beating him. However, he knew it was weak, and I knew that the least defended point was his head. So, when he came close to attack me with his technique, I did a quick jab to move him back. However, this sent him flying into the wall, creating a huge amount of dust. "Master!" I yelled. From the dust that was created, I saw a shadowy figure, one in the shape of my master, and he said, "Don't worry, I am fine. That was a strong punch you got there." The dust then cleared, but I saw that his confident face that I used to see from him had shattered, and all that was present was a pained expression. "Sorry, master." I immediately bowed to him. I didn't mean for it to be that strong. Then I heard him chuckled. I saw his expression change, from one of pain to one of pride. He then laughed, with a wholesome and kind-hearted laugh as I looked at him, confused. "Well then, the student truly has become the master," he said with pride, with not a hint of anger or sadness. "That means I have nothing more to teach you, Izuku. Congratulations, my boy. You really have grown." I started crying and I hugged him. He seemed shocked by my hug, but he reciprocated the hug and patted me on the back. Eventually, I pulled away, and I vowed to come back here when I had gotten into you. Then, afterward, I ran several miles to go back home. I eventually reached home, and I saw my mom waiting for me at the door. "Mom? What?" I wasn't able to ask my question before my mother immediately hugged me, softly. Unlike the hug I remember, it didn't feel like desperation, even though she was crying. She felt loose, and when she pulled away, she was smiling, not a fake one, like the one she would use when I was injured from working too hard, but a genuine smile, one with real happiness and pride behind it. "I heard from your master, and he said that you beat him in a sparring match. You beat the best martial artist in the world." She looked like she was going to cry tears of joy again, with her smile never waning. "I can't express how proud I am of you, son. At times, I was worried about your health, but I never stopped believing in you. Now, you have become so strong, and without becoming like the people who have hurt you." She then proceeded to hug me tightly for a few seconds, before pulling back. "Hey, for your victory, I will make your favorite katsudon," she said as she opened the door and we both went in. I waited by the table as she told me to, and she gave me my favorite dish. I said, "Thank you for the meal," and took my time to really enjoy the food instead of rushing to eat it, like I would eat other foods. Katsudon was, and still is, one of the foods that, for me, I ate for pleasure and taste, rather than just eating it to survive and get stronger. I savored the taste of it, along with the smell, and my body relaxed to the food. I finished the bowl of katsudon and asked my mother for seconds, knowing after this point, I might not be able to enjoy it thoroughly. I have to rush through life, so there are very few times where I can just live in the moment and feel instead of think. This is one of those times, so I have to savor it. I finished the second bowl of katsudon and stopped in front of my mom. I smiled widely before going to bed, and I bowed to my mother. "Thank you, Mom, both for the meal and for supporting me." She touched my back, indicating me to stand up, and she hugged me for the final time that day and said, "I'm your mom. As long as you aren't hurt, and you aren't hurting anyone, I will always support you." Those words made me feel important, and I vowed, from that day and onwards, to never severely worry my mother. "I assume you all want to be heroes," my teacher said, snapping me out of my thoughts, and as I saw many other people being excited, I raised my hand determinedly. "Now, excluding Midoriya, you all have wonderful quirks," my teacher said, calling me out, and making everyone chuckle at me. I scoffed and chuckled myself, knowing how little they knew about me. "But make sure you don't use it in school." "Hey teach, don't lump me in with these losers." Bakugo came in, interrupting the teacher and the students. Many of the students didn't look visibly happy, but they stayed silent, knowing Bakugo's abilities and his anger management problems. "So, you are also going to UA High School?" the teacher said. "Also, who else is going?" he screamed, with his eyes and tone leaking venom into the atmosphere. "Why, the quirkless Izuku is going as well," the teacher said cockily. My teacher threw me under the bus. I sighed as I stood up. However, I know what to expect. In less than 3 seconds, everyone will turn around and say the words that I have gotten used to by this point. You can't be a hero. Screw that. I will become a hero and no one will stop me, I said with no hesitation, with confidence sparkling within my voice. However, I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I knew no one would take that seriously. In their mind, it was like trying to become the best despite being the worst. Everyone had laughed at that, especially Bakugo. Oh my goodness, you really are a loser and an idiot, are you, Deku? He said as he calmed down from laughing so hard. You think a quirkless nobody like you can get into the best school in the nation? Bakugo said. Yes, I know I can, I said, as a powerful, almost angry aura appeared around me, breaking my stoic demeanor while surprising everyone in the room. I have done more training in a month than any of you have done in your entire lives. I am stronger and smarter than you. So why don't you sit yourself down in your desk before you, along with me, get sent to the principal's office? That, as I expected, said Bakugo, to the point he was using his quirk. Using it, Bakugo sped towards me and crashed through the wall. He broke through it and destroyed the science classroom next door and the next 2 classrooms before stopping in the middle of another class. I looked through it and I saw everyone look at me. My teacher was said, Midoriya. Bakugo. Office now. I groaned. This was going to be a case against me, and I hoped not to get a problem from this school, possibly hurting my chances to be in UA. But I reluctantly walked out of the classroom and towards the principal's office, with me crossing my fingers. I sat down, with Kaken coming later. The principal came to meet with us, and he sighed while looking at us. Now, Midoriya, what you did was unacceptable. You threatened Bakugo's life and made him feel unsafe, forcing him to use his quirk on you. You will be facing consequences. You will be forced to do detention today, and you will be required to pay for the damages you have caused. The principal said to me as he handed me a bill. I was furious, but I didn't let it show yet. He showed me the bill, and despite the overwhelming amount of money they asked me to pay, my expression stayed purposely blank. On the inside, I was filled with rage. Because of something I didn't even do, I was going to pay, which would be more than what my mother and I earn over 10 months. All because many people had discriminated me for not having a quirk. So, people with a quirk have protection, and the quirkless are discriminated. I looked at the now mummified Katsuki. He looked even more furious than I was, looking ready to explore the entire building if one bad thing happened. After the principal spoke, he exploded. What the F are you talking about? Me, afraid of a quirkless nobody? You are a... He stopped as his mom came after hearing what happened to him, presumably. Brat. You are picking on weaker kids again. How dare you hurt Izuku again, after he didn't touch you? Ms. Bakugo said. How did you know, Ms. Bakugo? I am certain you weren't in school today. The principal pondered. Well, principal, from what I know, Izuku would never hurt nor threaten a person's life. Even if he did, he's quirkless. You think that people without a quirk would be able to even hurt someone else's life, much less someone with a powerful quirk like my son? She said, changing her entire tone of voice. If I didn't know her, and if I didn't just hear her, I would almost think she was a similar mom to mine. Almost. The principal considered her words. Well, that is a good point, but why would Bakugo attack him if he hadn't been aggravated or attacked? My brat over here, he likes to think he is superior to everyone else, and whoever doesn't listen will be made sure that they... She suddenly looked at me in confusion. Wait, you don't even have any scars or burn marks. How? He tried attacking me, I pointed to Kaken, and I defended myself by moving out of the way, thus making him crash into the wall. How you were able to dodge this brat's attack is beyond me, but the important thing is that none of you are hurt, and I will pay for any of the damages. This brat was the one who caused it, so I will be responsible for it, said Ms. Bakugo, as she slapped her son for the bill. I guess you are right, Ms. Bakugo. Izuku, you are still going to be in detention. I was still mad, but I knew if I questioned it anymore, I would end up with heavier consequences. So I shut up, silently thanking Ms. Bakugo, before going back to my class. After that, I went to detention, then I waited for my mom to pick me up. She came not worried but confused. "Are you okay, son?" she asked as we went to the car and opened the driver's seat door. Our car looked rather new, despite my mother and I had it since I was 4. It looked clean, with no mud, dirt, or even dust apparent on, in, or around the vehicle. "Yeah, I don't have a scratch on me." I sighed as I opened the door to go into the passenger seat. However, many people are discriminating me, calling me weak because of my lack of any quirk, and many people are trying to stop my dream of becoming a hero. Then we talked inside the car. "Then why don't you show them that you are strong? You have defeated the best martial artist in the world," she said from the driver's seat. "Then something like this would happen. If I showed them my strength, they would think that I am someone like Garu," I said from the passenger seat, realizing that my mom doesn't look on the internet for these kinds of things. "Garu? Who's that?" my mom asked. "He was a person who, through sheer determination and hard work, became so powerful that he could defeat almost everyone. He was quirkless like me, and because of that, people thought he was weak. People picked on him and hurt him, so when he became strong, he hurt anyone who was in his way. Some of the most powerful pro-heroes fell to him. The only person who was able to beat him was the One Punch Man, also quirkless, who was a pro-hero who would be able to beat all of the other pro-heroes without even giving it his full effort. But after they died, they were mostly treated as exceptions to the established rules, and that is what the quirk population told themselves to make themselves seem superior. However, with me following their path, it would create another exception that society wouldn't want to occur because then I would have nothing that could be limited and people would fear me. I told her solemnly, "But you aren't like Garu. You are more like the One Punch Man. You want to be a hero," she said with her face towards me, filled with faith in my abilities and in me in general. "Yes, but people will look at me differently, and they don't think I am like you say I am, Mom," I say disappointedly, which doesn't go unnoticed by her. "So what do you want me to do?" she said calmly while facing backward as she pulled out of the parking spot she was in. "I want to be able to handle this because once they get to know me, they will think twice before either fearing or feeling superior to quirkless people," I say with confidence, and with nothing that could indicate I doubted what I said. She laughed as she drove out of the school. "I had a feeling you would say that. That is one of the reasons I love you, son." "Yeah, I love you as well, Mom," I say sincerely. While we had been driving for several minutes, she decided to ask me, "So, when shall you get a girlfriend?" I was confused by where this was coming from, as she never asked about this beforehand. "Honestly, I am not sure. I don't know whether I should even be dating now," I admitted reluctantly. I guess what I thought beforehand was right, and there wasn't time to just relax and go on a date with someone. I never had thought of that life until she asked me about it. "You should, otherwise you will miss your life. There are going to be people out there who would love you besides me. Plus, I want grandchildren someday," she teased with the expectation of me being a blushing mess. "Mom, please don't say that," I say, slightly embarrassed. My face was pink and, despite me trying to control it, I wasn't able to. I was annoyed with myself for having stupid hormones come up at this time. "Well, it is true. But you don't have to have a girlfriend right now, as there is a lot of pressure that we have on ourselves. But I am sure, once you get into UA, you will be able to have multiple girlfriends," she said, again teasing me. "Mom, please don't say that," I say again embarrassed. I was getting annoyed now, not at my mother, but at myself, for not being able to control my emotions, but I failed to register what she had said. However, at that moment, I didn't know how right she was. I was running, faster than I have ever run before, at over 80 miles per hour. Unlike the people running away, however, I was running towards danger, all to prevent a person's death. Everyone who saw me running was calling me to stop, to turn back, but I didn't listen. Thinking of my dream, to save others and give others hope, I jumped the robot's full height, and, with the power of a nuclear bomb, I raised my fist and yelled out, as loud as I could while punching the robot to the ground, "Hiroshima smash." Half an hour ago, I was walking to the exam location when I felt someone push me to the side. I looked over and saw Katsuki had walked past me after he pushed me out of his way. Anger flowed through me, but I calmed myself quickly since I didn't want to cause an unnecessary fight. I walked past him and inside the location, where I had to sit next to Katsuki because we were in the same school. When I sat down, I thought of some strategies. Should I use my strength, or use the fist of flowing water crushed rock technique? The latter would be best used against humans or people with human weaknesses, but brute strength would be used in times where I need to beat a strong enemy. Of course, there are other options, but those are the most simple and the first to come to my mind. A man with blonde, spiky hair, sunglasses, and a heavy speaker system on his neck came onto the stage, interrupting my thoughts. As he came onto the stage, his clothing became apparent, wearing black boots, a black jacket with beige shoulder pads, and black pants. I wrote about heroes and drew them in the hero journals I made, 1 to 13, so I knew who he was. Hisashi Yamada, also known as Present Mike. His quirk, called voice, makes him able to amplify his voice, either in volume or in pitch. I was interested in why he was here, but I had to hear what he said. "Welcome to today's live performance. Everyone say hey," he said with passion. However, no one responded. I see he looks a little annoyed, but he discarded his expression before anyone else noticed and said, "Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners. I am here to present the guidelines of your practical. Are you ready?" More silence came from the audience. Now, many of the people could now see his annoyed expression, but he discarded it again to explain the practical exam. He then went on to explain the test, and how we had to destroy robots to get the most amount of points. One guy then pointed out how there were 4, but then Present Mike addressed it by saying that the 4th type of enemy gave no points, and was more of an obstacle than anything else, while the others gave 1, 2, or 3 points respectively. That's all from me. I leave my listeners with our school motto. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Plus ultra. Break a leg everyone." After his announcement, I went to go for the practical examination. I remember that the test consists of us fighting robots in the replica of a city. However, it's to scale, so I would need to move significantly faster. It looks as big as the city back home, having wide streets, several stories high buildings, and other things that the city I lived in had, so I know that I would have to push 60 miles per hour to go across the city quickly. I then looked at the people around me, who were either talking or saying how the city looked massive. Everyone is in awe of the size of the city replica, or they are talking to one another, so I know that they would be dazed when Present Mike had started the exam, giving me a 3 seconds head start before the first person reacted, and around 5 for the rest of the people to react. So, I will take that as an advantage. I thought before preparing myself for the signal from Present Mike, not wasting time talking or other things. So, looks like the technique and the teachings of Master Bang will not come into play today, I thought, disappointed. But what it does mean is that I can still be able to pass the exam. The strength that I have gained should come in handy when everyone is behind me. I remember standing up for that one kid who was being bullied by Katsuki and thought of all I have gone through to get here. I smiled, temporarily weakening my stoic demeanor. Everything that I have done has come together to this moment. Now, I can't disappoint everyone. Mom, Master Bang, they're counting on me. I was now ready. Present Mike then said, "Go," surprising everyone except me. I ran, 60 miles per hour, and beat up every robot in sight in 3 seconds, causing a temporary shock from the exam takers before they suddenly realized what was happening. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, they all fell down as soon as I saw them. I jumped off the sides of buildings, punched through them, and kept going. Every time I destroyed a robot, I felt an enormous amount of power flowing through me, and right now, I wield the power of Garu. After a significant amount of time had passed, and after I destroyed most of the robots, I began to calculate my score. Wait, 80 points? That's higher than I thought I would get. How strong can I be? As if someone had read my thoughts, one of the 0-pointers showed up. Many people ran away from it. I was going to avoid the 0-point robot in particular until I saw someone was trapped in the way of the robot. She was a brunette, She had a round face, and she, at that moment, looked terrified. Her legs were crushed under rubble, and she couldn't move. I knew I had to save her. She looked scared. She has the same look I had when I was defending that kid against Katsuki. She must feel like her life may end before it has begun. I have to save her. Otherwise, what kind of hero am I? I said a slightly altered quote from All Might, "There is nothing to fear because I am here," before running to the robot using my strength to make the multi-story high robot crumble. I punched so hard that I went through the robot. I was going to fall into one of the buildings and possibly get injured, but I quickly realized what was happening and rebounded off of one of the buildings on an angle, so I wouldn't absorb the full amount of force, and even though the building would be weakened, it wouldn't fall. I rebounded against a few buildings before making it safely on the ground, not totally unscathed, but I had no injuries. I then looked at where the robot once stood. The zero-pointer, once towering over everything, now laid on the ground in pieces. Then Present Mike has said the test has finished. After I had seen the girl with her legs under the rubble calm down, I offered her my hand to help her up and sincerely asked, "Are you all right?" She looked up, and for a second I saw her blush. I was confused until I realized that, in my act to save her, my shirt had been torn apart, and she was looking at me shirtless. Ignoring my pounding heart and slight embarrassment, I asked again, "Are you okay?" She then shook her face and said in a sweet voice, "Yeah, thanks to you." She then accepted my hand, then tried to stand up without using me for support, but then immediately, her legs and ankle buckled with the bruising on it, and she began to fall down. I grabbed her by her arms before she could fall, and gently placed one of her arms around my neck and shoulder to support her. "Sorry if this makes you uncomfortable, but I have to get you to the nurse, and you clearly aren't in a state to walk. Is that okay?" I turned my head towards her. She then nodded her head, blushing again, as her face turned heavily pink as she probably realized how close she was to me and faced away from me. Where's the nurse?" I finally looked at the people around me. Everyone's jaws were wide open, and they looked stunned. I didn't know whether that was bad or good. Then the people taking the test said, "How did you do that? How were you able to take down that zero-pointer?" With no sympathy, and with some venom in my voice, I said, "The answer is simple, because I actually did what a hero is supposed to do, save people from harm, regardless of the situation. Now, if you would be so kind as to move instead of standing around, I need to get her to the nurse's office," I said as I tried to balance the person's weight on me. Everyone shut up and moved out of my way so I could carry the person to the nurse's office. I balanced her weight on me and started walking towards the main building. She seemed quiet, and she was blushing quite a bit, and she looked cute, but I wouldn't admit that to her. "Hey, what's your name?" the girl I was carrying said as we were walking, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya. What's yours?" I said, now realizing we were in the main building and trying to navigate the place. "Achiko Uraraka." She waited for a few minutes before saying, "Thank you for saving me. It was nothing. I bet anyone else would be able to beat it," I said humbly, fully believing that statement. If anyone had the courage to save her, they would have been able to. "Don't act so modestly. You acted like a true hero. What's your quirk?" "I don't have one," I said seriously. I instantly regretted it. "What? How?" She suddenly yelled out. "Please do not yell, Uraraka," I say while wincing at her loud voice. "Oh, sorry," she apologized. "But how could you be able to take that robot down without a quirk?" "Through a hell of a lot of training," I admitted while shivering, "and a lot of determination and drive. I worked for 10 years of my life so I could become a hero," I said as the nurse's office was in sight. "Why did you want to become a hero?" she asked curiously, all signs of blushing and embarrassment removed from her face. "Because I wanted to save people from harm, give hope to the hopeless, and inspire others like me to become a hero," I said seriously, as Uraraka's eyes widened from hearing that. "Wow, that is an incredibly noble and selfless goal. It makes me feel like my reason for being a hero is pathetic," she said as the sadness crept into her voice. "Hey, No matter the reason, the fact that you want to be a hero and not anything else means that you want to save others from harm, don't you? I said with a smile, trying to cheer her up. Yes, I do want to save others, she said, removing the sadness from her voice. Let's be heroes together. Yeah. I smiled at her innocent personality, and her voice made me happy. My heart started beating irregularly, I felt more aware, and my breathing slowed. Her smile and face, it makes me feel a certain way. My body feels warm with her smile. I have no idea what I am feeling, whether it is love or infatuation. But I know that whether love, infatuation, or anything else, my determination must not falter. I need to become a hero. I can't have whatever I am feeling get in the way, otherwise I would be compromised and I couldn't be able to achieve my dream. I need to stay focused. I slightly scolded myself for feeling whatever I was feeling, even though it was foreign to me. Anyway, thank you for bringing me here to the nurse's office, she said as I realized we were at the nurse's office. I moved her arm off of me, and I saw her look slightly disappointed before I carried her bridal style, making her entire face red with embarrassment before I placed her on the hospital-like bed. No problem. I hope I will see you soon at school, I said as I walked away. I have to ignore whatever I am feeling. It is the only way to become a hero, I thought as I walked out. Hey, Midoriya? I said, turning around to see her face once again. Thank you for saving my life, she said, smiling as widely as she could, despite the pain she was feeling. I was going to reiterate that anyone else could have saved her, but instead I said, you're welcome. You deserve to live your life as a hero. See you at school. She looked like she was surprised, but then nodded and said, bye. I walked back home that day, feeling calm, but uneasy. My emotions were all over the place, but I had to push through. I have to become a hero. A week later, my mom had gotten the mail and saw UA High School on the letter. She gave it to me, so I went to my room, not entirely knowing what to expect. I opened it up and saw a small projector. I put it on my desk in my room and saw All Might. This is a projection, I heard loudly. I slightly chuckled at All Might pointing out the obvious before I stopped and thought, wait, why is All Might in this? He is the symbol of peace, not a teacher at UA, who are the ones who are being recorded as they give the results. Unless. My eyes widened as I realized why All Might would be here. Well, Izuku Midoriya, you have done an amazing job, and the reason I am on this, giving your exam results to you here, is that I am going to be teaching at UA, he said, confirming my thoughts. So, I hope that. Wait, I will have to do more of these? How many? Someone said a number in the background that I wasn't able to fully hear, but, due to the fact that All Might sighed, it seemed like he had to do a lot of these after mine. Well, I guess I will get to the point. On the written portion, you had achieved a perfect score. In the practical, you also demonstrated heroism in the face of that 0-pointer, and you have gotten 80 points, higher than any other person taking the test this year. I was proud when I heard that score. But, it seemed like he wasn't finished, as he took a massive breath in, before saying, however, and I hate to say this, but, due to the nature of your power, many teachers and students showed fear of you. Others said how you weren't strong enough to be a hero. Some outright denied to have you in the school. But what many of the teachers had said was that you can't be a hero, he said somberly. I looked downward, sort of expecting this, but not hoping it to happen. Tears slowly and softly leaked out of my eyes. My once stoic face broke down, and now, I felt empty. Tears continually poured down from my eyes, and I couldn't stop it. I knew this was going to happen. Why though? Why am I being stopped from achieving my dream because of the fact that I don't have a quirk? I ask myself rhetorically. Why can't I just save people and give hope to the hopeless? That's all I've wanted to do. But what was all that work for? I remembered the time when I had defended myself against Katsuki's quirk, and yet, I was blamed. I then remembered the multiple times I had been separated from others because I had no quirk. I had to work a multitude of times harder than everyone else did. However, when I had proven my strength, many people acted in fear of me, unlike my goal to give hope to the hopeless. It was either that I was a weakling who wasn't deserving of respect, or I was a powerful person who was to be feared and contained, only because they couldn't understand me, or they couldn't deal with me. I was about to shut it off, but 1, I realized that there was no shut-off button, and 2, it wasn't done. But some people, including me, felt like convincing the teachers. All Might said smugly as a screen appeared behind him, and he backed away from it. I slowly stopped crying and wiped my tears off of my face after I had realized what he has said. All Might stood up for me? Wait, he said others. Who else stood up for me? I thought, more confused than sad now. As if the screen had read my mind, I saw Uraraka along with the other students who had taken the test with me crowding around Present Mike. Hello, are you Present Mike? One student said. We wanted to ask about Izuku Midoriya. Many other students came in to say at the same time. I wasn't sure if that was coordinated until I saw them weirded out, and they stopped their synced speaking. Everyone started describing me, from the freckles on my face, to my curly green hair, to a lot of other things like face shape, and a lot of people said I looked plain, which I found to be slightly laughable that they would find the stoic, bland nature of my face to be a defining characteristic of who I was. However, I listened to them anyway, curious about where this would go. Will he go into UA? Uraraka asked at once, silencing everyone around her. Everyone looked expectantly at Present Mike. He sighed. No, he said in a serious voice, surprising everyone. The teachers didn't want him to be in their classroom. He is quirkless, and we can't guarantee he will go down the path of a hero because of that. Also, despite his strength, he is nowhere near the strength of a person with a quirk, so, for those reasons, he can't be a hero. So, their logic is that, if I ever feel like I don't want to be a hero, they can't stop me. Why would they obstruct my dream and my work just because they don't know if they can control me? I was close to losing my cool, but I didn't explode yet. Everyone looked stunned, but, for a few seconds, no one said anything. Well, Uraraka came in, sounding serious. If he can't be a hero, and if he isn't strong enough, then I don't deserve to be one either. Let him take my place instead. Huh, I said, along with Present Mike, confused again, the anger I had mostly evaporated. No man, he is a true hero. More students began to speak out. No, have him take my place. He is nobler than I could ever be. Everyone who had taken the test with me had yelled out to either to convince him by saying what I had done that made me deserving of being in UA or were asking to give up their positions as long as I got in. Present Mike looked overwhelmed with the number of people supporting me, while I was inspired by the overwhelming amount of people who had sided with me, regardless of what they had been told. All these guys, despite the amount of hatred I showed them, they have sided with me? I should definitely apologize to them. I felt guilty for what I had said before. I have a 200 IQ, I should act like I am that intelligent. But the person I will need to thank, feelings aside, is Uraraka. Maybe I am blinded by infatuation, but she has stood up for me, inspiring others to as well, when no one would have stood up for me otherwise. I also have to make sure that I surpass their expectations of me. I need to make sure that I deserve their fight for me. Then, All Might came behind Present Mike, resting his giant hands over Present Mike's shoulders in the video and said to everyone, if a quirkless person like young Midoriya can inspire and save people, then who are we to turn them down? That would go against everything we have stood for. So, with that in mind, Izuku Midoriya is allowed to go to UA if he has a high enough score on his practical and the writing portion. Then the video stopped, and then All Might came in front of the screen, almost eclipsing it with his torso. Not only did you get the highest score in this year's practical test and written test, but, because of your actions, you have gotten extra points. That 0-pointer was a test, and it was seen to test the resolve of the future heroes. We awarded people who had stopped at rescue points. You were the only one who stepped in, so you have gotten an extra 70 points, 10 from each of our 7 judges. With that, you have the highest score of 150. That is 50 points higher than what I had achieved. So, congratulations Izuku Midoriya. This will be your hero academia. I was crying again except, instead of tears of sadness, It was tears of joy. Finally. All that work was worth it. Now I can become a hero. I thought happily. I went outside of my room by opening the door and I said, "Mom, I got in." She then proceeded to hug me tightly, with me enveloped in her. She gave the best hugs, giving me what I needed emotionally, even if she didn't know it. Thank you, Mom, for supporting me. After I had hugged her, I went to bed, remembering all the people that had fought for my place in the academy. It made me smile, even though I knew that not everyone would support or had supported me. I need to make everyone proud. I may be quirkless, but that won't stop me from becoming the strongest hero. Izuku POV. I was getting ready for my first day at UA Academy, while my mom was making sure I had everything with me. I woke up early so I could prepare, and I made sure that my tie was correctly tied. My mom, instead of hugging me, complimented me on how I looked, and then pushed me out the door, then closing it after I was out of there. As I went to UA, I then remembered my first meeting with All Might. I remember that time when I insulted him on the beach, and how he turned that insult as a motivation to become a better hero. Maybe I went a bit too far. Then again, what would he have done if I hadn't said what I had? 3 months ago. At the beach, I was running along the beach that I had cleaned up when I saw someone I didn't expect. Who is that? He has blonde hair, sullen eyes, and he slouches quite a bit. He doesn't remind me of anyone I know, but this beach isn't owned by me or my family, so he could be anyone. I was about to shrug it off. However, he then surprised me by saying my name as I passed him. Izuku Midoriya. I registered that about a second after passing him, my eyes widened in surprise, and it took 10 seconds for me to stop. I was far enough from him that, if he was a powerful villain, I could prepare for his attack, but close enough that I would be able to hear what he is saying. Who is he? I ran at 60 miles per hour, and he didn't flinch. Granted, that isn't my top running speed, but that is faster than most cars are allowed to go. This guy might be serious. My arms tightened, and my brain was on overdrive. Time slowed down for me, and I suddenly had an awareness of everything that was happening. The gust of wind from the ocean, the rising and falling tides, the movement of sand across the beach. I became hyper-aware. Don't worry, I am not here to harm you, Izuku Midoriya, he said in a familiar voice. He seemed to know who I am and noticed my anxiety and how aware I was of what was happening, and tried to calm me down. Wait, that voice sounds like the voice of someone I have heard of. Let me start with the heroes that I know. It can't be Endeavor, Edge Shot, or Wash based on his appearance. It could be a shapeshifter, but from what I see, based on the color of his hair, his voice, and his demeanor, it could only be. No, that's impossible. Is it? I thought over 5 seconds after I checked my surroundings and the watch I had worn while jogging. Wait, are you All Might? I said, confused, suddenly jumping out of my hyper-aware state and lowering my guard. I realized that my assessment was right when his sullen eyes widened and his mouth widened, but he realized that he looked terrified and calmed himself. He looked impressed, if a bit scared, and said, "You are that smart? You can be able to tell who I am based on just 2 sentences and looking at me." Well, sort of. I consciously scratched the back of my head. When I passed you, a gust of wind blew across you from me running, and I saw the inside of your clothing. The size doesn't fit you, and the clothing has All Might's civilian name on the inside of them, so unless you somehow were able to steal All Might's clothing, which is unlikely, you are All Might. I lied. I looked into his shirt, but I didn't see the name on the inside of the shirt, and I didn't know whether I should tell him my full intellect and my full power, even if he is my idol. I scratched my head to make my lie more convincing. Oh, looks like that might be a problem when I am escaping from the press and fans. He said while laughing at his joke, before getting serious, "You're right, I did mark it with my name. I am surprised you were able to catch it though." He now seemed relaxed after I told him my lie. A few seconds passed. Time then flowed naturally from my perspective. "So, why did you defend me, All Might?" I said, finally breaking the ice and asking the question that was on my mind for ages. "Well, I saw something in you, as I said in the video." All Might's voice suddenly became soft. "I saw someone who was like me. Someone who, regardless of how strong they were and regardless of the situation, would be willing to put their life on the line for the sake of saving someone else. He saw himself in me? Wait, he said, regardless of how strong they were. Why would he say that? He said that I was like him. Does that mean he was quirkless, or was he just trying to be nice to me? It may be the latter, so let me ask a few more questions. But, was there any other reason that you vouched for me? He then sighed and looked at me sadly, like he was worried about what he would say next, and if he could trust me with a secret. I was quirkless like you. I faced the same thing you did, only I didn't experience discrimination through schooling. I nodded for him to elaborate. I then saw him then look away from me before saying, with despair and pain laced in his voice, I don't have a quirk, and I never did. I'll explain it later, but I can't tell you now. I don't know how people would react if they knew who I am. This would give so many people hope to become a hero. If the strongest hero is quirkless, this would mean that anyone can become a hero, quirkless or not. I said, slightly angry at why he would leave his quirk status a mystery. So many quirkless people commit suicide every day. Thousands of quirkless people die every week, with seemingly no limits, because many of them weren't allowed to learn how to defend themselves. If he revealed the fact that the strongest hero has no quirk, and revealing what he isn't revealing to me, sure, his popularity might take a hit, but quirkless people will be treated better. Many people would be able to get jobs, regardless of their quirk or lack thereof. People could achieve their dreams, and quirks wouldn't stand in the way. Well, I am not the hope for someone to become a hero. I didn't become this strong through a mundane exercise. I didn't do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run every day for 3 years to become this strong without a quirk. I made sure that my exercise routine couldn't be followed by anyone because I can't be a hero if I would depend on others. I am the hope that there is one person is out there who will save people and bring justice to the wicked. Well, then you are a crappy hero then, I say, making me stop with trying to speak to him as someone I idolize. I realized that he needed to change, and I, through my words, needed to show that to him. Excuse me? All Might then shifted to his more powerful form. He towered over me, with his muscles capable of destroying a building. I didn't flinch. I looked up towards him and said, putting so much on yourself means that you are the breaking point of all of Japan. A strong one, but a breaking point nonetheless. What would happen if you couldn't save everyone, or when you face someone who could beat you? What then, The entirety of Japan, no, the world, would be wiped out if you weren't around because you can't inspire people to defend themselves. I said, trying to make my words tower over him, forcing him to listen. I need to speak my mind to him, otherwise, the world around us would face certain doom if he couldn't save it. Since he is a person of power, he could make sure that the world would be safe without him. If only I can convince him. He sighed again before shifting to his less powerful form and looked downwards while saying, You are right. I know that. I know I have to change, but I know that some people can't defend themselves, while I can defend everyone. I still didn't stop my harsh attitude, and I still needed to convince him to do what I say. Well, look at me. I am quirkless, and yet I got a higher score than you when you went to UA. I wasn't a huge outlier. I was average 4-year-old, who tried their hardest to become strong, learning martial arts, how to control myself, and everything else that I needed to learn. I took in a breath, which I also used to collect my thoughts and to let the words that I said sink in before saying, yes, not everyone has the drive to become a hero. However, that doesn't mean that you can shun the people who do and prevent the fighting and heroic spirit that is common in true heroes. Regardless of their powers or their background, people, with dedication and determination, people can achieve anything. I clasped my hands together while saying, You need to inspire that determination. Anyone and everyone, I said while spreading my arms out wide, representing the people around the world, can have the drive to work hard if they can be inspired. You need to make sure that people will work hard and learn how to defend themselves, otherwise, when you die, either through old age or through a battle, I said while imagining the destroyed world, Japan and the world will be in ruins. He then smiled sadly, showing a man whose entire life had just been put into question by me. I can't believe I am saying this, but you're right. He sighed sadly. Seriously, you are right. I need to become an inspiring hero. He then started to chuckle, but somberly, not the warm and joyous laugh that I had heard. You are only 14, and yet, I feel as if you are already a better hero than I am at my 40s. You are a true hero. He then proceeded to sit down on the beach in front of me and looked saddened, like he was contemplating his death and the pressure he had put on himself. I then felt a little guilty at what I had done. Come on, maybe the criticism was warranted, but not at this time, and not to the person who got you into the school of your dreams. I mentally scolded myself. All Might, I am dash. Don't be, All Might said, interrupting my apology before sounding inspired. You have said exactly what I needed to hear. I need to become an inspiring hero for all those that live, and I need to become a better hero before I die. Die? He can't be dying, can he? I suddenly became worried before All Might silenced me by raising his hand in his deflated form. 5 years ago, a strong enemy did this to me. He then proceeded to lift his shirt. I saw his chest, which didn't look defined and tough like I imagined it to be, but it looked rather bruised, and his side had a gash in it from the outside, outlined in his skin. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach was removed, and I have wasted away because of the aftereffects of the surgeries. I can now only do hero work for 3 hours each day. Wait, 5 years ago. My eyes widened as I remembered what happened that year. When you fought Toxic Chainsaw 5 years ago, he did this to you. 1. Good job, you did your homework on me, and 2. No, that lowlife could never be able to defeat me. He then proceeded to stand up. When he stood up, he said, this was never made public. That is, I asked that it not be made public. The symbol of peace who saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. He then looked away from me, and looked at the buildings near the beach, saying, the reason I smile is to stave off the overwhelming pressure I feel. A pro should always be ready to risk his life. He then turned towards my direction but didn't look me in the eye, as if he was afraid. Like you did. You risked your life to save that girl, even though you didn't know her. That is true heroism. But you knew what you were getting yourself into, and you knew yourself into. Unlike me, who just rushed in without a plan against a much stronger enemy, and acted recklessly. He then looked me in the eyes, full of determination, and said, young Midoriya, you can become a hero. You will become a better hero than I ever was, and I will make sure that I will act as the hero the world needs me to be until my time comes to an end. Ever since then he put careful attention in making sure that he could encourage people, regardless of their powers, to become heroes. Even though he was entrusted to be the symbol of peace, he still wanted to make sure that people would be able to defend themselves by encouraging them to take a stand and to save people without him around. Some people asked why he started to do this, while some said that All Might was trying to make the people around him safer. While his sudden actions did increase his positive popularity even more than it already was, it had little positive effects on the actual crime rate. However, it did reduce the number of people who had died every day, as more people had come to martial arts studio, including Master Bang's studio, to learn how to defend themselves. From what Master Bang had said about the students, who were mostly quirkless people, it seems people like me won't be known as the weaklings for much longer. While All Might's change wouldn't drastically reduce suicide rates from quirkless people instantly, it would encourage the quirkless people who haven't given up on life yet to become heroes. It would also make a better infrastructure when he lost his quirk, and when Endeavor would be the #1 hero. Plus, this means that discrimination, while it will still exist, won't be socially accepted, because I won't be the only strong quirkless person who has gotten into UA. That is a big deal for the world and people like me. I thought as I went inside the massive school, with the words UA plastered on the entrance of the school. I took my time to soak in what I was doing here. This is not a dream, and, thanks to the support of the students who saw me, and All Might, I am now able to become a hero. Sure, I had a plan to become a hero without UA, but this was my original plan and I am glad that I am keeping it. I smiled as I went into the building, where I had to find my classroom, hoping that I wasn't late. Now, I have to find my classroom. I then stood in front of the door of my classroom, which had a sign on the top of it that said 1A on it. The door was about twice my height, and about 3 times as wide. However, I wasn't intimidated but inspired to open the door to my classroom. I hope I can get the chance to apologize to some of the people who stood up for me. I thought as I opened the door. Then I opened the door and found Katsuki putting his feet on the desk, while another student was lecturing him. "Remove your foot from that desk." The other student said, "Such an action is insulting to those who came to you before you as well as the craftsman who made this desk." The student looked familiar, but I couldn't place where I met him. Wait, he was one of the people who stood up for me on the exam to present Mike. I should apologize to him, I thought, but for some reason I wanted to see how Katsuki would react, so I stood where I was. Like I care. "What middle school did you come from, you extra?" he said rather harshly. The student, stunned, said, "I'm from semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida." Oh, so that's why he was unfamiliar with rude people not listening to him. He must be shielded from people like Bakugo. Then it hit me. Wait, Ida, like Tensei Ida? The hero in Genium? So that's why he looked familiar. He looks very similar to his brother, excluding the glasses. I thought while analyzing Tenya. He said with an evil grin. "A stuck-up elitist then? I should blow you to bits. You're awful. Do you wish to become a hero?" he said, with a hint of disgust in his voice. I chuckled. You should know by now to never judge someone based on where they are from, or what group they're a part of, but based on their actions and who they are. I realized I said that out loud, and, surprisingly, Katsuki didn't try to kill me. Instead, he scoffed and put his feet down on the floor. I was surprised, to say the least, but everyone else was even more surprised by my words, and how I could make Bakugo listen to me. "Wow, so manly," I heard a guy whisper. I saw the source of the sound, which appeared to be a guy with red hair sticking out of his head. "He looks a little plain-looking." I heard a girl whisper this time. She had green hair and a froggy smile plastered over her face. "I can hear you it," Katsuki said, shutting up everyone's conversation. "Ah, Midoriya." I heard a girl's voice again, only this time, it was much more familiar. I turned around only to see Achiko Uraraka in a school uniform. We became friends, but I had forgotten to ask her phone number so I couldn't talk to her. She looks pretty cute in the school uniform. I can see that her chest looks big and... Wait, now I am thinking like some sort of pervert. Ugh. Dimmin me. I scolded myself again for feeling this way. "You got into UA. Just like All Might said. Makes sense though. You saved my life with that epic punch of yours," she said while punching the air, making me slightly chuckle. After she stopped talking, I collected myself, ridding my mind of the perverted thoughts present in it, and said, "Yeah, I probably wouldn't have gotten into the school without your Ida's and the other exam takers' help. They might not have let me in if it weren't for you guys, so thank you, Achiko." I turned around to Ida and to the other people who stood up for me, and thank you, Tenya, and everyone who helped me get in. I wouldn't have been able to get in without you guys and All Might. Everyone was stunned by how humble I acted, but what they were more surprised was that All Might had supported me. The people who weren't in the same environment as I had their jaws to the desk. But before I could be asked any questions by the students, I heard someone behind me calmly say, "If you're here to socialize, then get out." I turned around, along with Achiko, and saw a man inside a caterpillar-like sleeping bag. He looked as if he hadn't slept for days. He then proceeded to isekai on a juice pouch, while saying, "This is the hero course." I, along with Achiko, proceeded to back up so that the person in the caterpillar sleeping bag could walk into the classroom. "It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down," he said while standing up, out of his sleeping bag. "Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you?" Wait, that look, his tired attitude, his talk of rationality, that reminds me of a hero. But who? I thought of the less-known heroes. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa. Pleased to meet you," he said. "Homeroom teacher? Which showed Izawa. That name sounds familiar. Wait, is he Eraserhead? He isn't a very well-known hero, kind of like a real-life ninja. The only thing that people know about him is that he exists. Well, looking at him, with his tired attitude and his dry eyes, he looks to have a quirk that requires him to have his eyes wide open for a long time, so it is probably an emitter-type quirk. However, he probably wouldn't be complaining if he was able to fix it with the first thing he said to us, so that means that traditional dry eye solutions won't be effective for him. Maybe I should invent something dash. Quickly now, he said as he moved some kind of uniform into my face, interrupting my thoughts. Change into your gym clothes and head to the grounds. We all changed into the gym uniforms, then left as to move to the grounds, as our homeroom teacher asked us to do. As we edged closer to the grounds, I started thinking, what is he going to do? We are skipping the ceremony and guidance counselor sessions, and we are going outside when everyone else is staying inside for the UA events. However, this guy, he is serious. He doesn't mess around, so I have to make sure I come in prepared. I started engaging adrenaline inside me, trying to give myself that extra edge that I thought I might need. Then we approached the grounds and we saw our teacher, bored as hell, who waited for us. So, we are going to test your quirks now, so don't take so much time to come here. He said, seemingly aggravated by how long we took, even though we came as quickly as we could. What about the entrance exam? Or guidance sessions? Achiko voiced out her thoughts as she stopped near our teacher. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes. He said lazily as he dragged his body across the field. UA is known for its freestyle education system. He explained. That applies to us teachers as well. I realized what he was going to do. Wait, he is going to be testing our physical skills, right? Because that is the only reason he would have to come out here. I also remember, when researching this school, that there is one teacher who is responsible for expelling 18 students when he felt they had no potential. This has to be that teacher. Wait, is he going to test us using the gym tests in middle school, just with quirks instead? That makes sense since those tests encompass most physical activity. He then started listing the middle school tests, like softball throwing, side-to-side jumps, etc., and then said, this country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the average of those records. It's not rational. The Department of Education system is just procrastinating. I disagree, I said, shocking everyone around me, including my teacher. He turned around with a face that made him look with hatred. I felt everyone's eyes burn into my skull, and I knew that I was going to be questioned about me suddenly ruining the atmosphere. Even Bakugu, who was well known for causing this kind of commotion, looked at me like I punched him and just walked away. Maybe that's where I got the blunt personality from. Well, I know I can be blunt, but I need to in certain circumstances. Dude, we know that you are manly, but you can't just dash. No, tell me, what did you want to say? Because we are all listening now. The teacher suddenly focused on me, as if he was waiting for me to slip up. Not that I did. Well, what if they, say, faced a person capable of erasing quirks, Eraserhead? I said cunningly, after figuring out his quirk and identity. He suddenly walked back with downright shock. He looked downright terrified that I knew his identity. How did you know? I shrug. You give off too much of yourself away, Mr. Izawa. You give a tired look, despite not doing a lot of physical exercises, and I can see that you aren't the kind of person to complain without a reason. You also follow a lot of ninja technique. You seem to sleep on your left side, which protects your heart the most, which is common ninja, or should I say shinobi practice. You also use the element of surprise to see how prepared we were, and you wear black, which, with modern lighting, would be great with hiding. While not much is known about Eraserhead, he is known to take a lot from shinobi techniques for his fights. Everyone looked stunned with my assessment, but I wasn't finished with what I was saying. But, back to what I was saying, quirks aren't everything. As I said, if they faced someone capable of removing quirks, they need to be able to defeat them without one. You need to develop your body with your quirk, sure, but you need to develop your body separately from it as well, otherwise, you will be your quirk, not the other way around. Is that so? Eraserhead said with an evil grin on his face. Then, you will have to do all the tests twice without your quirk, and I will take your lowest score. If you are lower than in first place in every event, then you will be expelled. Everyone looked stunned by his statement, but I was unfazed. Okay, so when can I start? I say confidently. Everyone looked incredulous at me and my calm attitude. Now, actually, he said, unfazed by my attitude. It was as if he knew I would fail. What was your score? Half a kilometer. 508.5 meters to be exact. Everyone had their jaws to the ground as if they expected a lower score. Now try again with your maximum strength. He said, hearing no sympathy come from his voice. He wants me to go all out, huh? Well, might as well try. I tightened my muscles, concentrated some of my strength into my right arm, and threw it as high as I could. I have to set an example. If I am going to be a hero, that means being able to speak my mind and be able to change people. Some people need only words, while some need actions. I need to show that I am not just talking. I put my fingers on the center of the ball, gripping it with my fingers. I felt the wind blowing in my face, the grass being blown around, and my face became serious, and I said, right before throwing, referencing an old hero I admired, "Killer move serious series, serious punch." I made the ball accelerate to the speed of sound in 1 second. I threw it with enough force to send the ball to another continent at the speed of sound, but I contained the force in front of me and to the surrounding air to prevent casualties and to prevent the entire building behind me from collapsing. However, when I turned around, I realized it wasn't enough. Everyone had been thrown back towards the building and many of the windows had cracked. The sonic boom that had been created pushed everyone back. I heard some ringing from my ears from the sonic boom that I had created, but I knew that I hadn't incurred serious injuries, and I knew I could still be able to do the other activities. Hey, you guys okay? I asked, genuinely concerned about everyone. Yeah, we're fine. Mr. Aizawa, how far did Izuku throw? Achiko said while getting off the dirt and grass off her uniform. Well, he threw it to America Island, to be specific. He said calmly. He showed me the counter, which said 8,803,112 meters or 8,803.112 kilometers, which was about 5,470 miles eastward. He showed it to the rest of the students. What the hell? All the students said. Meanwhile, Melissa POV. I was walking around the island after school had ended that day as I took in the beauty of spring. I walked alone, as I did most days after school had ended today. Wow, so many things are in bloom during the spring. Plants, trees. I sneezed, interrupting my thoughts. Allergies. I wonder if I will be able to find any new plants to study or things to find. Then, as if the heavens above had heard me, I saw an object in the air. I couldn't make out what it was, but I could tell that it was coming to my location quickly. I observed it as it fell, and the object fell several feet away from me, creating a crater in the ground. I was curious, so I approached the fallen object cautiously. Then, I saw the crater, which was about 4 inches wide, and half a foot deep. Wait, a softball? I picked up the object within the crater with gloves that I had on me, carefully handling the ball, making sure no evidence could be tampered with or changed. Wait, that's no ordinary softball. That's the softball that is used for gym tests in Japan, according to Uncle Might. How can a softball be thrown this far out, even with a quirk? From the hole created alone, it must have been propelled for thousands of miles to gain this much momentum, but by what, or by who? I then decided to find out. I carefully brought the softball back to my lab to investigate, placing it in. While fingerprints aren't the most accurate way to find someone's identity, it is the fastest test that I can do here, so I will have to do it. I then started the machine as it collected the data. Well, there seem to be 2 fingerprints on here, but it is hard to say whose fingerprint it belongs to since one of the fingerprints are on a worn-out portion of the softball. However, the metallic center does have a fingerprint. Let me search for students in Japan since that is supposedly where this ball is coming from. I used the database that Japan had publicly available on school kids and searched for a match. A match came up almost immediately on my over $7,000 scientific PC by CompuLab. Izuku Midoriya. Status, quirkless. Wait, he's like me? If he can propel this softball over 5,000 miles, then he might be as strong as Uncle Might. Maybe even stronger, and that's without a quirk. So that's who Uncle Might was talking about. I relaxed, knowing who had thrown it, and solving who my uncle was talking about. Wait, if he is quirkless, then how can he have thrown it that far? While people like Saitama and Garu have been as strong in the past, they were always just outliers. Wait, what if Izuku was someone like them, and he wants to challenge the supposedly common knowledge that quirkless people can't be strong? Maybe I should help him during his journey to becoming a hero. I started to grin, thinking of how I could help him, and planning my trip to UA, as well as thinking how to convince my dad to let me travel there. After all, Izuku Midoriya might just be the strongest hero. Whoa, how could you throw it that far? That was amazing. Do you really have no quirk? Everyone started crowding around me except Katsuki, who looked sad, Achiko, who seemed to be jealous, and the other students who took the exam in the same testing location as I did, who weren't surprised in the slightest. Amazing, you say? Aizawa said, interrupting everyone. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think it'll be all fun and games? He said menacingly while creating a dark aura around himself. The one with the lowest score across all events will be judged hopeless. He paused. And will be expelled. Your fate is now in your hands. He said as he lifted his hair, revealing his sadistic-looking eyes. Welcome, this is the hero course of UA High. The lowest scorer will be expelled? Achiko said urgently. Along with Izuku, if he gets lower than a first place? That's unfair, for both Izuku and the rest of us. Hey, guys, he may be serious about expelling us, but he isn't wrong. Everyone now seemed confused by me defending Aizawa's actions, especially considering that he might expel me if I don't beat everyone. Murderers, fake heroes who only care about their bottom line, and villains emerging left and right. The world is an unfair and cruel place. So, if we want to become true heroes, we have to overcome any obstacles and become the best. Yes, he will expel the last place if he doesn't see any potential in them, and me if I don't get first place. But that means that we all have to work hard to overcome these challenges. We have to go beyond. I raise my fist into the air. Plus ultra. Everyone raises their first along with me, even Katsuki. Mr. Aizawa led us to the 50-meter race. After a few races had gone by, and then I had to race against Achiko. Good luck, Izuku. She said, with her signature grin that I was still having a hard time understanding. How can she be so happy? I say, slightly getting lost in her smile, before snapping out of it. Good luck to you. I saw her lower her hands to her feet, almost touching her toes. My advice would be to lighten your lower body, so you will be able to go longer unless you can't sustain it. But if you can hold it for a few seconds, you can go significantly faster than if you just lighten your feet. Her eyes looked like she was thinking, why didn't I think of that? And she moved her hands to her legs and activated her quirk as she was preparing herself. Go! Faster than most people blinked, I ran and completed the race in just over a second. 1.05 seconds to be precise. It took a second for most people to process what just happened. That's my fastest time yet. I had to have run at 48 meters per second, or 107 miles per hour to complete it that quickly. Well, since that was not difficult for me, I have to make sure that I don't push myself now unless I have to, otherwise, I don't even know what people would think of me. Then, Achiko finished the race about 4 seconds afterward. Wow, that's my fastest time yet. Thanks, Izuku. She said, only a few inches away from kissing me. Wait, why am I thinking about her kissing me? Demon me. I mentally facepalm myself. No problem. I consciously scratched the back of my head, trying and failing to remove the thoughts from my head. How did you know that would work though? She said while walking outside of the track. Well, for my training I had to read a lot of literature, I said, then dropping the perverted thoughts I had for much better and more rational thoughts. Some were for me to be able to learn about more ancient types of literature, but the other books I had to read were about exercise routines and human weight distribution, mainly to have a balanced, strong body, and how to use energy more efficiently. I clarified my thought process, but when I looked at her, her face still looked curious. It seemed that I hadn't explained the question fully. One time, I read a book called Human Body Dynamics, Classical Mechanics and Human Movement, really exciting name, I know, and it said that the lower human body takes about 32% of a human weight. Now, while that may depend whether you're a male or female, it would still take a massive amount of weight off of you if you applied zero gravity to your lower body. I turned around and saw her blushing slightly. That came out wrong, didn't it? She slowly nodded. I sighed, then sincerely said, "I'm sorry for commenting on your weight. I didn't mean it like that." "Oh no, it's fine." She shook her head. "It was a little blunt, though." "I'm sorry again," I said, still sincerely apologizing. "No, it's fine." She started to smile again. "Though you still are smart with or without books. You were able to deduce who our teacher was from only looking at him and a few sentences, even though no one else knows who he is? That's amazing." Achiko said, again, ever so close to my face, bringing back the somewhat perverted thoughts I had. But before Achiko or I could say anything else, I had been called by Mr. Aizawa to go again against Katsuki. He came to the starting line and readied himself. When I looked at him, he had a smug smile on his face as if he already had a plan to beat me, and I wouldn't be able to stop him. He's probably going to use his explosions to distract or blind me, so I probably should close my eyes and run. I also have to make sure I run before he even reacts, and before tries to blind me. So, I looked at everything, registering it in my brain, then I closed my eyes and waited for the signal. Go! I ran, and before Katsuki could react, I had already passed the finish line by the time he started, based on me hearing his explosions about 100 milliseconds after I had stopped. I stopped when I heard my time, then looked around, revealing my eyes to the shocked faces of the students, as they heard it as well. 0.5 seconds. I walked away, turning around to go to the next event, trying to seem like I didn't care about the score. Wait, isn't that effectively 100 meters per second, or 224 miles per hour? A girl said, stopping me by putting her arm on my shoulder. I didn't turn around even as she spoke. How is it possible that you would be able to outpace everyone, despite having no quirk? Because I wanted to, I said, trying to be vague about my strength level so everyone wouldn't end up fearing me. Wanted to do what? She said, looking rather confused while inching closer to me. I felt her body heat, and I turned around, seeing the girl who had grabbed me. She had black hair in a spiky ponytail, and she had black eyes that tried to burrow into me, but with my stoic face, she couldn't get any information out of me. I know she is partially trying to intimidate me, but it doesn't look very intimidating. It is making her look cute. I facepalm myself. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with me? I am going to become a hero. I am not a pervert. I try to keep a stoic face and try to stop myself from blushing, as I say, because I want to be the #1 hero. Why else would I be here for? I bring up more confidence as she backed up, possibly in fear, but perhaps in awe, as others had done around me. I stood up straight and said, if I couldn't be able to pass the tests with flying colors and be the #1 in these tests, then I don't belong here. No one belongs here if they don't have the drive to become a hero. But mark my words, I pointed to all of the people in front of me. I am going to be the #1 hero, and nothing and no one will stop me. I turn around, leaving them with my words, and left to go to the next event. If you guys don't have the determination to become the best, then you are wasting your time here. You have to push yourself to the limits as I did, otherwise, you guys won't get anywhere. I went to the grip strength event next. Before me, I saw others. The highest score before I had gotten there was the force of 540 kilograms, or just under 1,200 pounds of force. That's the highest score? Let me see if I can top that. I smiled, thinking of my training, and being able to lift cars in the air and throw them several feet away. So, I think for my first turn, I should strive to get a higher score than anyone else could achieve, then in the second one, undercut myself again by a slight margin. So, I set up myself with the monitor. I have to make sure that I am holding back. However, I need to make sure that no one can say that I am cheating, so I need to beat them by a significant margin. I wrapped my fingers around the machine, trying to set a baseline score that would beat everyone. I then heard the machine beep and I looked at the score. 1,000 kilograms of force, or just over 2,200 pounds of force, was shown on the reader. Everyone crowded around me after hearing my beep on the reader. I had reset the monitor and put it back in my hand, but not before people had seen the score. What? What are you, a monster? You managed to beat everyone not once, but twice? You must have a lot of determination to push yourself to that degree where you could so easily do that. The black-haired girl said, cutting through other people's conversations. She walked towards me, as people said. Easily? That was easy for him. Yes, clearly it was. All of these tests seemed to be easy for him. Running at a quarter of the speed of sound, pressing the force of a car on his fingertips, throwing a ball to another continent. This isn't even the strongest you can do, is it? She said, slightly intimidating me. Do you mean it? Never mind, she can be plenty intimidating when she wants to. Then I ended up accidentally breaking the monitor in fear. When everyone noticed it, they backed away. Mr. Aizawa? I say as I approached him, seeing as how everyone created a pathway for me when I was going towards him. He said, his eyes half-lidded as he looked at me. I broke the machine. I think I pressed on it too hard. I say while scratching my head. No matter, he said, showing me a non-sadistic smile, surprising everyone. He almost looked proud, but with a slight tinge of annoyance, probably for me breaking it. You can just go to the next event. What was the maximum grip strength of the machine, though? I said while whispering, afraid of who could be hearing me. He then put on a serious face while whispering in my ear, 25,000 kilograms of force. I mentally face-bombed myself, mostly because I got scared for no reason. This was a complete accident. I wanted to make sure that I wouldn't overexert myself. I didn't overexert myself this time, but I came demon close. I need to be more careful next time, otherwise, I will be treated the same way Saitama was. I went to the next event, not fully registering what was happening during that event, or the event after that, but what I did know was that I still got the highest score in the long jump and the side-to-side jumps. I wasn't sure why I didn't register what was happening, or why my mind blocked those memories, but I concluded that my brain was on autopilot, so I wouldn't react to fear. I snapped out of autopilot as soon as we came back to the throwing the softball. Uraraka threw it, which got her the score of infinity. Infinity? Wow. The infinity symbol actually popped up. Then I started to get a little worried about being expelled, as I have never gotten a score of infinity. But regardless, I went to throw the softball again, stepping up, both literally and figuratively, to the plate. As I said, if you don't beat or tie first place, then you will be expelled, along with the last place. Mr. Aizawa said. I sighed. How can I possibly get infinity meters? Yes, I understand. Now, guys, I say while looking away, trying to keep the swirling emotions inside of me from being seen on my face. You should probably back up. Otherwise, you might get hurt. I also suggest putting these on. I say, turning around to give ear protection to the students. I had enough for 20 people, so I gave it to everyone. Oh, if no. Katsuki said, using his quirk to burn the pair of earbuds that I was giving to him to ashes. No way. I don't need your help. Suit yourself. I say calmly, walking away from an emotional Katsuki. These were supposed to be earbuds that I could use to protect my ears as well as learn information from the news, in case I would have to save anyone. Right now, though, it's purely for ear protection. I have to get serious and I need to push myself. However, if I don't get a first or second place now, then all of my work and time won't matter. I looked around me, where all the students had protective gear on that would protect their ears from the explosion, but it would still make sure that the people wearing them would still be able to communicate with each other. Some whispered, if Midoriya loses this, then he will be expelled? That's not fair for him. And he was doing so well. Deku deserves to be expelled from this school, the quirkless BSRD that he is. Everyone looked at Katsuki when he said that, looking rather angry at him, but he scoffed. Hey guys. Don't worry, I say, oozing fake confidence while looking at them, surprising everyone except the black-haired girl. Looks like I will have to put my money where my mouth is. So I looked away. Well, how can anyone throw it infinity meters? Black holes have infinite density, but that just means they don't know the exact density, and no human can comprehend it. So, they are saying as long as it can't transmit the location back, then it is infinity. Then I mentally slap myself. Of course, they would think of that. I can't outsmart it now since I can't throw it into a black hole. Also, if I throw it into space, who knows what it will hit? A meteor, a satellite. So, no throwing it into space. What I can do is throw it with my maximum strength. But, if I throw it with my full strength and with my full body, then I wouldn't be able to do the other tests. How about concentrating some of my strength in my arm again? But, to make sure no excess energy gets wasted going past the atmosphere, I have to angle it low, less than 1 degree. Probably around 1/40th of a degree at 1 million meters per second at around 165 centimeters above the ground. I set myself up to throw the softball. I made sure that even though I will use all of my strength, I would contain it to my arm instead of the surrounding area. I threw it at 1/40th of a degree upwards and, again, a supersonic shockwave was created. Unlike last time, however, I threw it so hard that it wasn't even visible after I threw it, and I heard and felt my throwing arm's bones crack, while blood seeped out of me. I tried to contain the force of the ball to my arm and chest, and, for the force I couldn't contain, I made sure it was spread into the atmosphere. However, again, I wasn't able to contain the full force, and I felt a significant amount of force go behind me. Even though the people behind me tried to prepare for it, they were still blown back to the building, and this time, I heard the windows of the building shatter from the sonic boom. My earbuds kept my ears from bursting, but I still felt some ringing in my eardrums. What the hell? Everyone said. When I turned around, I saw that everyone except for the black-haired girl looked dazed. I didn't hear the beep from the monitor, which was supposed to indicate that it had stopped. Wait, the ball hasn't landed yet? I asked. Mr. Aizawa shook his head, then looked at me. No, it hasn't. Not yet. So we waited in anticipation as more blood started to seep out of my wounds. Everyone was talking among themselves, wondering where it went, while some were confused about how I was still standing. About half a minute passed before Achiko said, "Wait, what's that?" while pointing towards the sky. A rounded object was hurled across the sky, looking to be burning a purple color. Rushed past the horizon line, disappearing. Another 30 seconds afterward, it came again, still burning a bright purple. Wait, if it is burning the color purple, that means that it must be hotter than plasma. It's hotter than the surface of our sun. How is it possible that it hasn't disappeared by burning through the atmosphere? If you are wondering how it hasn't disappeared yet due to burning up in the atmosphere, the black-haired girl said, grabbing my attention as I turned around. She stood up as well as grabbing the attention of many other students. That is because it isn't made with ordinary fabric, like cottons or metals, like iron or steel. The fabric is made up of a combination of graphene and tungsten, which, while not 100% efficient in creating the most lightweight and strong materials, makes a fabric that it can survive plasma temperatures for short PRDS of time, and makes it aerodynamic enough so the ball won't be slowed down by atmospheric friction. I stare at her, confused. Not because I didn't know what she was talking about, but because I knew exactly what she was talking about. Wait, how did you know what it was made of? I asked, slightly stunned by her knowledge of materials. Oh, she said, covering her face as if she were blushing in embarrassment, while also looking away from me. Well, my father and mother have patents for several different common technologies and have sold it to many different manufacturers. I also contributed to some of them. In the time when I was curious, I read quite a bit about materials and alloys, especially in commercial use. I suggested to my parents my design for the softball, and they got it implemented across Japan, including UA. Wait, you, at less than 14, were able to make patents that influenced all of Japan? I said, sounding like the curious kid I once was while hiding and ignoring the pain in my right arm. That's amazing. She then started blushing more, but she nodded while looking slightly proud of herself at me. Yeah, I guess it is. I then start to activate my nerdy brain, lowering my guard for a second, and still not registering the blood coming out of my arm. But why graphene instead of crystalline structures? If you used, say, diamonds, sure, it would cost more, but you would only use one material instead of two, and the melting point of diamonds is even higher than that of tungsten, and diamonds are much more commercially viable to get into a fabric. Throw tungsten and/or graphene combined with diamond fabric, and you could get a much more durable material against plasma. She had her hand under her chin as if she hadn't thought of that before. I haven't thought of that before. I don't know why. But as she was about to say more, everyone became quiet. The monitor beeped. 89,270,312 meters is what the monitor said as Mr. Aizawa showed it to us. Wait, that's more than 55,470 miles, which means that the ball circled the Earth twice. That's the second highest score for this test. I was slightly crestfallen after learning my score, but I still stood tall because, even though I knew that I had lost, I was able to achieve some of my goals. I beat nearly everyone. Even if I will be expelled, at least I know that all of my work wasn't wasted. I know that now all the work and training I did wasn't for nothing. I slightly smiled to myself while turned the other way, enjoying the bittersweet moment. Then someone interrupted my thoughts. You've been able to throw a softball across the Earth 2 times without a quirk? The black-haired girl said, looking at me in awe instead of the fear I usually saw on people's faces. Who are you? Me. I say, pointing at myself with my non-broken arm. I felt the atmosphere shift, and I saw everyone look at me. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and with or without UA, I am going to become the strongest hero. Melissa POV. I had all my things packed, and I had gotten myself ready for the only plane ticket that was going out of Island. I heard other people discuss my departure, and how many people were surprised by my decision to move to Japan, at least the people who were awake. However, I ignored them. Well, I was able to convince Dad to let me go alone to Japan. Then again, if it weren't for Izuku, then my father wouldn't have let me go. I became slightly embarrassed when I remembered the conditions for me moving to Japan for the rest of high school. Though, I didn't expect to be living with a younger guy. 6 p.m. on Island. I had packed up my clothes, laptop, and other things that I needed for transferring schools. Now, I just have to convince my dad. I sighed, dreading my confrontation with my father as I finished up packing. That is probably going to be the hardest thing to do. I walked within the building as I saw the beauty of the island at night. The lights that glowed, the grass that sways with the wind, and the sight of the ocean just outside the island. After a few seconds, I left to go to my father's office. He, along with many other scientists, did their work in an elaborate building with a nearly foolproof security system, which kept the scientists in their safe, but, like them being stuck on this island, they were trapped inside that building. I walked past the security systems and into my dad's office, which was structured differently compared to his lab. I walked into my dad's office, and I knocked lightly on the metal door, waiting to go in. The voice behind the door responded by saying, "Come in." As soon as he saw me as I closed the door behind me, he looked confused. "Wait, Melissa, what are you doing here? You have school in a few hours." I turned towards him, remembering all the things I needed to say. That's actually what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to ask you something about transferring schools. Can we go on the porch to talk about this? He again looked confused by my request, but he reluctantly nodded and went to the porch, along with me, to talk. I then tell him of my intention to transfer to UA to help Izuku Midoriya. However, before I could tell him about the fact that Izuku was quirkless, he said, "Absolutely not." Those were the first words that came out of his mouth as I suggested my transfer to UA. "Why not, father?" I ask, trying to appeal to him. He is a person who has the potential to break all barriers and become a great hero, maybe even greater than All Might. Yes, maybe he has the potential to become a hero, as he was the first quirkless person to get into UA. So, looked like he had the news about him as well. Izuku's work and dedication have already reached so many people. I smiled lightly. However, he looked rather serious, which made me discard my smile. You aren't able to leave. If someone kidnapped you, they could end up using you as a ransom. You could be injured, killed even for the information for the island. Not to mention the risks of you going outside the island. The entire island's security could be compromised. I say in equal seriousness, well, Izuku Midoriya is worth that risk. He sighed as if he wanted to avoid this topic altogether. Is this about a crush or infatuation you have for him? Wait, what? I waved my hands in front of me to conceal my face. No. As if I could have a crush on a guy that is younger than me. But this is partially for his sake. I wonder how he has held up for so long as someone quirkless. Wonder if he has felt the same things I have. Then why would you suggest transferring to another school in another country for one guy? He says calmly after he teased me. I calm myself as well after thinking and say, you have heard of his achievement of being the first quirkless person to get into UA. He is a lot like me in that regard. I say, connecting it to myself. I know that he probably feels lonely. Everyone is at his throat, and even the people who aren't waiting for him to make a mistake have no idea what he is feeling. After I cleared that thought out of my head, I said, with conviction, but what you may not know is that Izuku is the person who also beat All Might's record of 100 with a score of he was also able to throw a softball from Japan to Island without even giving it his all. I had found it. He suddenly discarded what he was going to say, in favor of a confused look. Wait, what? I then show him the softball, which had a few burn marks and dirt splashed across its surface, but otherwise, it was a clean softball. I had put on gloves before bringing it to show him. I found his fingerprint on it, and he was in school in Japan when I had found this. So unless he touched it to give it to something else, he had to be the person who had thrown it. He carefully handled it, carrying it with his fingertips on the bottom of the softball. Like me, he also had put on some gloves. He slightly leaned forward, looking a few years older with stress. Where did you find this? He looked on edge, not knowing what to expect. I found it out on the inside of the wall. It had been buried in several feet of dirt by the time I saw it fall onto the ground. He looked at me. Even if he did throw it this far, who is he? As a person? He straightened his back as he said, "Can you answer that for me?" I looked downwards. Well, no. Then I look up with a surprising amount of fire in my eyes. But with his strength, and him being the only quirkless person to get into UA, he is as strong as All Might right now. At the age of he has more potential than any other person with a quirk. My dad looked to be about to disregard what I had to say until he saw something. Wait, what's? My dad pointed to the object headed towards us. That? To prove my point, a smoking ball had approached us. I pushed my dad and me out of the way of the ball's trajectory. The ball broke through the door and smoked in my father's office. He looked at me and asked again, "What is that?" The ball. The softballs that are used for Japanese tests. I quickly get up and I help my dad get up. My dad sensed my curiosity of what that was, and more importantly, who threw that, so he said, "Wait, be careful. I'll get it." He opened the now broken door and picked up the ball with some gloves he had in his jacket. "Let me carry it to my lab so I can see who threw it." "Stay here," he said almost in a commanding way. I had rarely seen that side of my dad, so when he did use that voice, I almost always listened to him. "Hey, Dad," I say. "I'll wait here." He then quickly left to his lab. 15 minutes had passed before he came in with the softball, looking to be out of breath, but now he looked unsure, but one emotion I saw conveyed in his eyes was belief. I found Izuku's blood here on the softball. The blood? Did he push himself to throw it that far? I saw what the ball looked like, because the ball he was carrying was far more destroyed compared to the ball I had found. He sighed as if he knew that I was right. "You can transfer schools to help Izuku grow as a hero. But I will have to make you live with someone. Shouldn't I stay in a hotel?" "No. Staying with someone would give you the most protection against harm, especially since we don't have any family members in Japan. He then caught his breath and straightened himself out. While I would like for you to live with your Uncle Might, he probably won't be able to protect you all the time. Living with Izuku would be the best solution, since, if he is strong enough for him to be able to throw this softball across the earth, and have it circle not once, but twice, he could be able to defend you against anyone who would want to cause you harm. Also, I have called his mother, and they said they were able to have you for a few years. I started to blush a dark purple, and the realization sunk in. I didn't register him saying that Izuku had thrown it across the earth twice, however, until much later. I have already spoken to his mother on the phone, and I have told her the conditions for you living with him. He then sighed, if you are sure about supporting someone like him, I will be able to convince the other scientists on the island that you will be able to transfer to UA, and I will get your plane tickets. Be ready. I'll be ready, I say as I turn around. Thank you, Dad, for supporting my dream to be a support hero. Thank you for supporting my decision. I switched my direction to hug him, which makes him tense up for a few seconds, before he calmed down and hugged me firmly around my shoulders. Now, make sure you are careful while over in Japan. Just because it has a low crime rate due to All Might, doesn't mean that you are perfectly safe. Make sure you will stay with him at all times. Yes, I understand, Dad. I understood what he was thinking. This was the first time I had ever left home. Let me pack up my PC since that would probably be the hardest thing to do. Have a good trip to Japan. I left to open the door from his office to his hallway, and he went back to his desk, and he started both calling a person to fix the broken window, and the people who would get me the plane tickets. Oh, that Izuku would be the person that you think he is, Melissa? He whispered as I exited, before going onto his phone. I had boarded the plane. Well, I hope so too, Dad. I wonder what he told Izuku and his mom? I smirk. He would probably act like an overprotective father, threatening his life, his future, or things like that if he harmed me. I shake my head after imagining what he would say to them. No matter. But, if you were able to throw a softball within 90% of 100 million meters in a world where doing that without a quirk is thought to be impossible, then you truly are something else, Izuku Midoriya. Then, I imagine what he felt as he had to work hard to achieve that goal. It must be lonely being quirkless, and on top of that, being the strongest hero. Izuku POV. I prepared myself for the worst. Everyone was gathering around our teacher, who had reached into his pocket and pulled out a device. I had no idea what it was, but it looked a lot more technological than what our old teachers had. I walked down to where he was, and stood towards the very back, already knowing what was going to happen. The bones in my arm were broken, but I wasn't paying attention to that and I was stuck in my mind. So, looks like I'm going to be expelled. I think of the hug of my mom earlier that day, the hug from my teacher several months ago, and all the people that have fought for me to be here. I smile, but not in a warm, loving way, but in a bittersweet way. Looks like I will have to become a hero as Saitama did, working my way from the bottom. Still, I wish I could be with some of these people more. I look at the brunette who had stood up for me during my test. She helped me so much. Her smile makes her look beautiful, along with her eyes and upbeat attitude. She is one of the reasons I am even standing here. I directed my eyes to the girl who made the patent for the softball. She is brilliant, can be intense, and has an elegance that many people don't have. I should probably ask her name, but I am not sure it would matter after this moment. I looked at everyone who has stood up for me. The uptight guy, the French person, the guy with red hair like Katsuki. These guys stood up for me despite everything, and I will be forever grateful for what they have done for me. I looked down after seeing the score. I had gotten first, but, since I didn't get first place in all the events, I would be expelled regardless. I am sorry that you had to waste it on a quirkless person like me. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. I blinked, thinking I didn't hear him correctly. I blinked again. I walked towards the front while limping, which made me walk like a zombie due to the injuries that I had incurred during the test. That was a rational deception meant to bring out the best in you. I looked into his eyes. His eyes looked clouded. It was as if he was lying and was trying to clear his mind of any thoughts to ward off anyone who was trying to find him out. So I knew he was lying and was trying to cover it up. But before I could say anything, Mr. Aizawa said, "But that isn't to say that there won't be someone who will be punished." Everyone looked at me, either in sympathy for my situation, in anger, as I had been put through every challenge twice and still got a better score than many people, or disgust, as they looked at my broken, bleeding arm that became very apparent as soon as everyone quickly walked back. Mr. Aizawa walked past me, then he walked through the crowd of students. He proceeded to grab someone who was short and had purple ball for hair out of the crowd and held him to the sky, all while others backed away from our teacher. "You are the lowest scorer. I see potential in you." He took in a breath and blinked as the person who was being carried winced in pain. "However, I regularly saw you acting irrationally, especially when there were girls around you. So, while you may have the potential, you have to resolve your irrationality and the thoughts that you are the best just because you passed one standardized test. You will be transferred to Class 1C. He directed his eyes away from the crowd of students who were looking at him. "Your documents about the curriculum and such are back in the classroom. Give them a look." He walked past me again and whispered into the air while passing by me, "Have recovery girl fix you up." He then took in a deep breath and said, "You deserve to be a hero here, but don't think you are the best just because you are the strongest." He gives me a pass to the nurse's office and left to the building, where he and the small kid he was carrying disappeared into it. After I saw him off, I saw the blood pumping out of my wound and passed out, both in relief of passing the test and in the blood loss that had accumulated. Several hours later, my eyes shot open, only to find a lady, who I presumed to be the nurse, healing me. I was in a hospital-like bed, like the bed that I had carried Achiko onto when she was injured. So, looks like I am in the nurse's office. Well, let's wait for her to finish healing. Wait, it's already done. I looked to my right, only to see my arm and hand completely healed. No scratches were present, and even the scars looked like they were faded. Looks like you really are stronger than the rest. Wait, what? I lifted myself up off the bed, and I felt rejuvenated after the sleep and ready to take on any challenge. I looked at the person who had healed me. She looked short, had gray hair, and carried some candy on her. "How do you feel?" "I feel energized." She looks confused as if I said something she didn't expect. "You really are quirkless, aren't you?" I scratch my head, confused about what she meant. "You see, my quirk boosts the healing factor of people, but it usually drains the person who uses it. Eventually, people could die if I used my quirk on them too often." She takes in a breath, calming herself. She sat on the bed and looks downwards, which seemed to be a method to conceal the fact that she was tired. However, that only applies to people who have quirks. People who are quirkless feel rejuvenated after me healing them rather than being drained. The reason is that my quirk uses the indicator of a quirk, the one-jointed pinky toe, as a switch of my powers. If the indicator of the quirk isn't there, she started to trail off, but I shook her by the shoulders, which kept her awake. "Oh, sorry, I am a little tired. Anyway, if the indicator isn't there, it will drain my energy." Gave me a piece of candy, which I identified to be a Pez candy, shifting the conversation. "You should meet up with your friends in your classroom. They were quite worried about you, carrying you all the way here." "Wait, who is she talking about?" "Poor they. Is it Achiko? The black-haired girl?" I put that in my brain's archive of questions to ask later, which has a surprising number of questions in the archive. I leave the nurse's office and look at the time on the watch I had on. It was an Armatron sports watch. I haven't taken off the watch ever since my mother gave it to me as a present after my first tournament win. It's nearly 3. I was out for that long. I rushed to my classroom, running at a slower 20 miles per hour pace, only to find it empty. I looked around, where I saw a note on a desk, which I read. "Hey, you were out for so long, and I didn't know if you were able to get the papers you needed. I was also kind of worried about you after helping to get you to the nurse's office. I guess I wanted to return the favor after you saved my life, so I got the papers for you, and I left them in the desk under this note." I look under the desk and retrieve the papers, and quickly pack my things together as I read the note. I am sorry I couldn't help you as you helped me. I wasn't able to carry you, so I asked someone else to help me. She had black hair, and she helped me carry you to the nurse's office. I started to imagine the girls carrying me in a crutcher, and them looking at me concerned. My face shifted to a hot pink color as I continued walking out of the school and continue reading the note. Though, I hope that I will be able to repay what you have done for me after saving my life. From Achiko Uraraka. I reach the outside as I see the sunlight up to the school, and me, and as I finish the note. Thank you, Achiko. You don't have to repay me. I am going to become a hero, after all. The job of a hero is to save others. As I was about to walk back home, I was stopped by someone. How's your arm? I moved so quickly, twisting his arm, moving quickly behind him, and before I knew it, he was on his knees with his arms behind his back. Both of his arms were currently restrained by me, and he was lying on his knees. Ow! I realized what I had done, and I quickly released his arm from my grip, as well as helping him get up. Sorry, force of habit. I bow in apology. It's fine. It was in self-defense. You couldn't have known who I was. I should be the one who is sorry. He bowed down, obviously ignoring the pain he was feeling. Hey, it's okay. I touch his back, indicating him to stand up. He stood up and suddenly became very serious. But I imagine that the person who was transferred wouldn't be that way. I thought he would expel you and him. However, he was transferred to the general course. Our own instructor deceives us like that. I shrugged. Well, that's how our life works. Don't trust people just because of their positions or because of the group they belong in. Trust people based on their knowledge, their skill set, and their personality. His eyes dilated as he looked towards me. Of course. You have taught me a very valuable lesson today, Midoriya. I look at him confused, but then I heard a girl say, Phew, heading to the station? Wait up. Oh, Achiko's here. Wonder whether I should ask her about her letter. Hey, Achiko. I waved to her and stopped where I was. Infinity Girl. Infinity Girl. I smirk. That's a cool name. So, you are Tenya Ida. She looked at him, then turned her attention to me. Hey, Izuku? Why did Bakugo call you Deku? My expression became somber. That was a nickname he gave to me when he was young. I was defending a girl from his wrath, and he gave me the nickname since that day. In his mind, it means useless. I scoff. Wait, really? I thought that it screamed, do your best. I realized where she got that idea from. Really? That's a new way of looking at it. I smirk. Thanks for the new perspective. I walk forward along with them, talking about me, Tenya, Achiko, and other things. It was fun talking to people. After Tenya left for his station stop, it just left me and Achiko. Coincidentally, most of the seats were empty. However, we were still standing up. Hey, Achiko? She turned her face around, showing me her beautiful face. Thank you for carrying me to the clinic, and thank you for giving me the papers for the school. I take in a breath. Also, you don't have to repay me for anything. It's both my job as a future hero and as a friend of yours. Then I stopped, worried that I said something I shouldn't have based on her cloudy expression. That is, assuming you want to be friends with me. I sounded worried, afraid that I had broken a friendship that I hadn't even gotten yet. No, it's not that. I am your friend. She then sat down on the seat and looked downwards. It's just that, you are so much nobler than I am. She sounded on the brink of tears. You saved my life and expected nothing in return. Not money, not a favor, nothing. You just get the satisfaction by helping others. Then I heard her start to cry. I was completely unprepared, due to her constant happy vibe, and the warm smile that she burned into my mind. However, I remembered what my mom said all those years ago. I sat down and lifted her chin up, cupping her face and wiping off the tears that had stained her face. I thought that I had overstepped my boundaries, but I said anyway, do you want to be a hero? Huh. Her tears slowed down, as she seemed confused by my actions. Do you want to save others and put a smile on someone's face, despite the cost? Well, yes, She then cleared her throat and slowed the tears streaming down her face. But I don't think I am worthy to become a hero. As she came close to the brink of tears again, I say while removing my hands, why not? Why don't you think you are a worthy hero? She shivered. Because I want to become a hero for the money. She looked over at me as if she thought I would be unsympathetic for what she said, with her eyes being devoid of any life. However, the only expression she had gotten was confusion. Please don't tell this to anyone, but my family, we're really poor. We run a construction company, but business is bad. She looked at me again, looking to be very uneasy. However, I urged her to continue. I wanted to help out, but my parents wanted me to achieve my own dreams first. So, I wanted to become a hero so I could help my parents have easier lives. However, she looked at me again. When you had saved my life, you had done it without any selfish desires, without wanting to prove to everyone that you were the strongest. You even reprimanded them for not doing it before you did. You just wanted me to live, and that was it. But you clearly feel that way too. After all, you defended me along with the other students, and you were one of the reasons that I got into the school. I argued as I lightly held and rubbed her hands to comfort her. In that moment, you were willing to give up your dreams of helping your parents for me to get into UA. If you aren't a hero, then I don't know who is. She looked up, clearing the tears that were pouring down her eyes, and she started to grin softly. Thank you. That really means a lot to me. The fact that you think of me like that anyone thinks of me like that makes me feel happy. I smiled, matching her happy-go-lucky expression that she usually wore. That's what I felt when you and everyone else had defended me. So it meant a lot to me too. That so many people, despite the fact that I was quirkless, believed in me. So, thank you again for defending me and for being my friend. Then she did something unexpected. She hugged me. Putting her chest on mine, she wrapped her arms and hands around me, put her head on my shoulder, and even moved her legs around mine. I was confused and slightly embarrassed by her hugging me in such an NTMT way, but before I could say anything or become embarrassed, the loudspeaker interrupted us. We are just about to arrive at the next station. Again, we are about to arrive at the next station in a minute. I pull away from her hug, which made her look disappointed. Hey, want to exchange numbers so we can talk? Her eyes brightened again. Oh, of course. Here. She lifted out her phone and showed me her phone along with her number. Her phone reflected the sunlight's rays outwards, making the phone look brighter. Despite her definitely being poor, she has not a flagship phone, but definitely a recent one. Looks like the Huawei Honor 8X. I guess her parents really do care about her. We exchanged numbers, and I said goodbye to Achiko as I left for my house. For some reason, I was still looking downwards, feeling as lonely as I did from the beginning of the day. It's good to have friends, but I wish there was someone else who's been through what I have. Someone who would comfort me after all that I have been through. I have been lonely for so long due to my quirklessness, but none of these guys really understand that. I chuckle sadly. Now I sound ungrateful. I should be thankful that Tenya, and especially Achiko, have become my friend, despite who and what I am. I walk towards my house, as I remembered me defending someone from Katsuki. Give up. You are useless, Deku. You will never be able to be a hero, you piece of shit that you are. I chuckled, remembering those days. You couldn't be more wrong, Katsuki. I walk into my house, feeling ready to unwind and do the work for my school. Then, my mom approached me as I walked through the door frame and closed the door. She hugged me, greeting me from my day at school. Izuku, why didn't you tell me that you had a girlfriend in America? My mind blanked. Did someone from Island get the softball from me throwing it? What is happening? What did they do? My mom released me from her grip as I turned around. She answered some of my questions. Her father called and asked if she could go to your school and live with us. She is willing to transfer schools from America to live with you. How romantic. Why didn't you tell me about her? She is here right now. She paused to look at my expression, which spelled out, Izuku EXE has stopped working. Izuku. I suddenly collapsed onto the floor for the second time that day. I just couldn't take any more surprises. But of course, that wouldn't be the only surprise that day. A few hours later, I groan, groggily waking up from what I assumed to be a dream. I felt that I was on my bed, so I knew I had been moved from the front door, if my memories weren't playing tricks on me. Then I saw someone patting my head with a cloth and an ice pack, but my vision was blurred, so I couldn't tell who it was. What happened? Was my mom lying to me? No, she never did and never would lie to me like that. So, did someone from America really transfer schools for me? Or maybe my mom just misinterpreted the situation, and though someone who had no place to live and asked a random person to give them a place to stay for a few years? Yeah, that doesn't sound that convincing. So, since I know she isn't my girlfriend, and I know she didn't choose me randomly, then who is she? Why is she here? Then my vision cleared and I saw who was helping me. It wasn't my mom, but it was a blonde-haired woman who had pale skin and glasses on her face. Her ocean blue eyes that I saw through her glasses looked concerned, probably for me. Suddenly understanding what was happening, I lift my head up, making the woman's eyes widened in surprise as well as scoot away from me. Eyes as wide as hers, I ask, "Who are you?" I woke up at 5:30 a.m., preparing myself for school. I quietly tiptoed outside of my room to keep my roommate from waking up. I changed in the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and walked outside of the house, carefully walking to make sure that not a single sound would emanate from me walking. Before anything else, I have to warm up. So, after going to the beach that I had cleaned up, I ran across it. Since I had worn no shoes while running to keep me from slowing down, I felt the sand filing my toes, scraping against my bare feet. I also heard the ocean tides swayed and splashed across the beach, emanating a calm atmosphere. After running back and forth the beach, I checked the time. 6 a.m. I felt the calmness of the ocean as I stopped and looked around me, taking in everything, and at that moment, I felt at peace. I sighed. I can't stay here forever. I have to make sure I fight for a world where people can experience this level of peace. So, after cleaning my feet of all the sand and putting my shoes and socks on that I had brought, I ran back to my house after cleaning out the sand off of my feet, and I woke up my new friend. I knocked on my room's door, hoping that she was already awake, despite me knowing otherwise. "Hey, Melissa?" I heard my roommate stir from her slumber. I know you are still suffering from the effects of jet lag, but we have to go to school. Have to wake up. 5 more minutes. She groaned out, and I chuckled at her attitude. Well, if you don't wake up and change, you'll be late for school. We have to leave the house by 7 maximum. Otherwise, we will be late. I am ready, so I will leave some food for you when you come out. I walked away to the kitchen. So, what should I make? Something quick in case she is going to be late, something that will smell good, and something that will be healthy. It also has to be something she likes. I thought hard. I guess I didn't ask anything about her when she came over yesterday. Let me ask her what she wants for breakfast. I walked back over to the room, where I still heard the quiet breathing of the girl inside the room. Looks like she still is tired. Hey, Melissa? What do you want to eat? After a minute, I heard the snoring stopped, and creaking came from inside the room, indicating she had gotten up from her bed. I guess a sandwich would be good. Okay. So, we don't have a lot of ingredients, but we have to manage. Come out in around 15 to 20 minutes then. That way, you can eat your food in peace, and we can go to the station without being late. I rushed towards the kitchen and looked at the time. 6:10 a.m. Well, we do have a few things that I can make. I can make an egg sandwich since we do have a few eggs. However, we don't have bread or anything like that. What I do have is rice, which I can use to make a rice sandwich. Okay, let's see what I can do. 15 minutes later, my American roommate came out. She looked very tired, with dark circles staining the bottom of her eyes, and she walked limply. However, the gray circles under her eyes faded and she perked up as she smelled what I had cooked. What are you cooking, Izuku? I looked up, happy to see my new friend. Oh, since we don't have any bread, I used rice to make rice sandwiches. Sorry, it isn't like a normal sandwich, but I didn't have any bread, so I handed her the dish. Here you go. There is meat, egg, and cheese inside it, so enjoy. I said as I ate my portion. She looked at me eating my mini rice sandwiches, then at her sandwiches. Less than a minute later, the many rice sandwiches I had made for her disappeared. She then slightly burped, which made her immediately turn red with embarrassment. Hey, it's okay. I am just glad you liked it since we didn't have a lot of food. If I hadn't been told just yesterday night that you were coming, I would have been able to make more for you. I mean, you left your school to help me become a hero and entrusted your life to me, despite me not knowing anything about who I am. Yesterday. Who are you? Her hands jittered as she had backed away, and her cheeks were brushed red in embarrassment. She also released her grip on the towel that she had previously put on my head, as she put her hands behind her, hiding them from view. My name is. She then took a deep breath, collecting her thoughts. As she tried to calm herself, she moved her hands and arms in motion with the rising and falling of her chest after she had moved her hands from behind her to the front of her. My name is Melissa Shield. You might not know Dash. Wait, the Melissa Shield? Of course, I know who you are. I interjected before she could say any more. You're the daughter of Dave Shield, the world-recognized scientist, who had made designs for many hero suits. She blushed, then, refusing to meet my gaze, her eyes darted away from mine and faced the floor as if she just realized that was inside a guy's room, and it had just now sunk into her mind. Though, what are you doing in Japan? And at my house and room specifically? She turned a dark purple, obviously not comfortable with answering what I had asked, but she relented by sitting down next to me. However, her eyes refused to meet my own. I came for you. Wait, what? So, was my mom justified in thinking that she was my girlfriend? She probably isn't done speaking yet. She then realized what she had said and clarified, I came to help you become the strongest hero. She coughed out, clearing her voice while also hiding her blushing. She stopped a few seconds later, which helped her more clear and confident voice come through. You were able to throw a softball from Japan to Island after circling the Earth several times. I sat there, not fully comprehending what she had said. But, why me out of everyone else? It's not like there aren't other strong potential heroes out there. And I didn't even get the furthest in the test. She stood up and, finally, her aqua blue eyes faced towards me, with her clear and confident voice fully apparent. Because, despite you being quirkless, you have the strength and a drive that no one in the past generation has had. Yet here you are. Even if you aren't first at everything, you existing at all challenges society's view of people like us, and the fact that we are weaker than everyone else. As a quirkless person myself, I wanted to support that. So, just as my father did with all might, I will support you throughout your journey to becoming a hero. So, I transferred her to UA, so I could help you. Wait, you are quirkless? She nodded solemnly. You left the schools in Island, transferred to UA, and traveled alone to another country for me? She nodded again, with her eyes looking focused and sharp into my own eyes. Yes, because I knew that a person with that much strength could become a hero, but with the right guidance, I knew that you would become not only a great hero but also one that would spread inspiration to others like us, ones that feel they are lesser because of what they are born with, that they too can become a hero. That is the kind of hero that you can be, and the hero I thought you were. I smiled, feeling joyful that someone just knew who I was without even having a conversation before meeting me. Despite her not meeting me before, it feels like we were long-lost friends, and she heard of my dreams and what I wanted to become. It feels like we are connected, and very few people could know what we have been through to get where we are. That was what I was missing in my life. A person who understands what I have been through. Though one thing didn't make sense. Where are you staying? Did your father book a hotel or something? Then she started to blush again. Since I am valuable to Island, the condition for me to live in Japan was to live with you, since, with your strength, you would be able to defend me from people who would want to hurt me. I have to sleep in your room with you as well, so no one can attack me in my sleep or kidnap me. A girl is going to live with me and sleep in the same room as me for at least a year? Okay, I say, trying to conceal my embarrassment while also trying not to sound like a mess. Well, wait here. You can sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. I left to get a sleeping bag and to cover up the blush that was appearing on my face. Come on. Don't do anything bad to her, and you won't have any reason to be embarrassed. Once I came back to my room's entrance, I heard someone softly snoring. I opened the door, and there I saw my new friend's face relaxed. Her arms were limply hanging on her side. She must be really tired. She fought so hard to get here after all. Let me tuck her into the bed. So after I took off her glasses and set them on the side, I lifted her while brushing her hair behind her face. Afterward, I tucked her limp body into the bed with the blanket, which made her look like a caterpillar. I set up the sleeping bag next to the bedside, trying not to disturb or harm her. I saw her shift onto her left side and curl her legs towards her head. I closed the light and laid down on my sleeping bag. Good night, Melissa. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. I heard someone scurry away from my room as soon as I said, "Wait, was my mom hearing in on our entire conversation?" At first, my face burned a shade of red that rivaled a tomato, but I shook it off seconds later. It doesn't matter. At least she doesn't think that she is my girlfriend anymore. After I finished all of my food, I checked the time. 6:30 a.m. Hey, you got all your things for school? When you get into UA, we have to set you up in the school system. Oh, no need. Actually, after hearing that All Might was going to be a teacher, my dad contacted him and the school board. So, all I need to do is go into UA and get the syllabuses. Wow, you did prepare for me, didn't you? I teased her, which made her immediately blush in embarrassment. Sorry. Seriously though, we should leave now. If we leave now, we can get to the train on time, and you'll be able to meet some of my friends before you get into 3C. Well, you can go ahead. I'll catch up. Okay, but make sure you are careful. I was going to question her, but I also realized that she was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday, so I knew she needed privacy to change. I walked outside my home, and I saw Japan's beautiful spring. Cherry blossoms were blooming, and even though the sun wasn't out yet since the sunrise would happen in about 15 minutes, I could still see everything around me. I looked around the street, breathing in the crisp spring air, which let the feeling of spring enter inside of my lungs. I carried my bag on my arms, as I balanced the weight on my spine and back muscles instead of just on my arms by standing straight. I relaxed, but that relaxation was short-lived as I turned around. Hey, Izuku. I looked behind me as a blonde-haired woman tried to catch up to me. She carried her bag, which looked as if it was overflowing with items. She, however, was not able to balance it at all, which made her pace and position unstable. Wait, Melissa. But I was too late to warn her of anything. She tripped over, due to her unstable position and speed, and due to a fallen branch that she slipped on. After dropping my stuff on the sidewalk, I rushed over as she was about to fall on the back of her head. I ran towards her and I wrapped my arms around her midsection and head. Her eyes were still shut in fear as if she was expecting the ground to meet her. Hey, I got you. I got you. Nothing will happen to you now that I am here. Her ocean blue eyes fluttered open, which looked into me. She looked at me differently. I wasn't entirely sure at the time what that look was, but I remembered the same look from Achiko after I had saved her life, and from that black-haired girl after my score was revealed, and I had gotten my score. I realized that my face was inches away from her, and I could visibly see her chest rising and falling as her breathing slowed, so I quickly helped her get up. After I ignored my heavy beating heart and blush, I asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Did I hurt you?" She shook her head, but instead of looking embarrassed, she looked disappointed and slightly angry. No. I'm fine, let's just go to school now. You sure? Because we have a few minutes. No, let's go now. She walked past me, her voice icy. Hey, let's just go then. She walked ahead of me and moved past the bag I had discarded, but she didn't even look at it as she walked by it. Did I do anything wrong? I hope I didn't hurt her. I thought as I lifted my bag off the floor. When I had caught up with her, we walked in uncomfortable silence with each other. That continued even as we sat in the train. However, when everyone left for their stops, right before our stop, I decided to break the silence. Hey, why did you walk away after I saved you from falling? Did I do anything wrong? Did I hurt you? Did I make you feel uncomfortable? What if I accidentally touched her inappropriately? That would explain her reaction, where she would feel like she was sexually harassed. I mentally groaned in anguish. After all the things she has done for me, I had to screw it up. Melissa interrupted my mental shaming of myself. No, it's not that. It's just that. I mostly felt like. Her hands were shaking as if she was remembering something traumatic. I looked and felt the same way that I did when my mother had carried me from the street after Katsuki rendered me unconscious. What should I do? But I knew she didn't have to tell me yet. I reached over to grab her hands and caressed the top of them. She looked me in the eyes with the same expression within her eyes that Achiko had yesterday, desperation and anguish. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to tell me anything right now. It's your choice. Her expression shifted. No. Since we will be living with me for several years, I should tell you now. She looked away. Please don't tell anyone about this, but I have always been bullied. As a little kid, some people at my school would pick on me because I was quirkless, and always, they would get away with it, because I was afraid of what would happen to me. The bullies, they called me useless and told that I would never amount to anything, right before knocking me out. Over and over again for years. She choked out that last. But just like Katsuki, I realized how much of a JRK I had been, ignoring what her situation must have felt like. Then she started tearing up, but she continued regardless. She ate in air through her teeth, as she continued, not facing my eyes. Until Uncle Mike came to America when I was young. When he came to meet me and visit me in school, the bullies stopped. They stopped hurting me, and they acted completely differently. One of them asked me on a date. I thought it was the person wanting to ask for forgiveness, so I accepted it. We went on a few dates and I developed feelings for him. She chuckled sadly. How naive I was. After a few days after when Uncle Mike left, during a dance we had attended, I was leaning backward. However, instead of pulling me up, he dropped me, making me fall on the floor, while saying, "Why the hell would I ever date a useless, quirkless person like you?" before walking away, and after everyone laughed at me for believing that someone like me could ever be loved by anyone. At the end of her explanation, she started to cry heavily. She dropped her stuff on the floor as I saw many tears leave her face, and I heard her sob even though I couldn't see her face. I knew what she had felt like, but I still didn't know what to do. I was stunned that a person would ever do that to someone they were dating, but I was also angry. Whether it would be in school, life, or work, people just keep finding ways of making us feel inferior. I realized my friend was still crying, and, finally, I knew what to say and what to do. I hugged my friend's crying self, which she seemed surprised by. Hey, it's okay. Don't worry. I know what you felt like. I rubbed her back softly, which she seemed comforted by due to her slowing down her tears. It must have been hard, keeping up a barrier in front of everyone, where no one would enter. Everyone who thought cared about you up and leaving you and trying to hurt you, so you kept up a barrier to protect yourself and others from harm, letting no one else in. You buried yourself into your dream to keep yourself from thinking twice about it, and when people seemed to care, you pushed them away. She gasped as if I had read her mind, which slowed the tears that flowed from her face to fall on my shirt. She then gently put her arms around me, reciprocating the hug, and wrapped her legs around me, as if she wanted as much of me comforting her as possible. She buried her face into my shirt and silently cried. I won't be like that bully, who will hurt you when you least expect it, and I will protect you from anyone who will try to hurt you. If you ever need to talk to me, you can just ask. I can help you. It's the least I can do for what you have done for me. She lifted herself to move her mouth to my ear and she whispered, "Thank you. That means a lot." She moved her arms away from me and uncoupled her legs and body away from my own. I turned my legs around to be parallel with the seat, which enabled Melissa to lie down on my shoulder. Wait, she's lying down on me? I turned my head, and I saw my friend looking happily towards my neck and arm. Even though her eyes were still red with dryness, she looked relaxed, which was the exact opposite of what I was currently feeling. My heart rate soared, I was jittery, and I suddenly was aware of her chest rising and falling on my side, as well as her chest rubbing into my arm. I should ask her if she should just not lie down on me, but if I told her that, she would probably feel like I was breaking my promise to not hurt her. Plus, she looks happier. So, who am I to stop her happiness? As long as I can keep my head out of the gutter and think rationally, then I will be fine and so will she. So don't worry. Even though I had told myself not to worry, my heart wouldn't wind down, and my blush was ever present. However, as soon as the train stopped, she lifted her head from my shoulder, which helped me calm myself. Let's go to school, Melissa, I say to calm myself and to signal her to get her things off the floor. Yeah, she said, smiling genuinely at me. Her smile made her look like Achiko. Why am I remembering her right now? I shook my head. Maybe because of her smile, and me knowing what she is hiding under that smile. I should make sure that I am aware of how people around me are feeling. Melissa and I walked to school as we talked about common things like her hobbies, which were about her love for science and technology, and her dream to become just as great as a support hero as her dad, her favorite foods, which she admitted were chocolates, her appreciation for technology, which showed me how much she and I knew about GPUs, CPUs, motherboards, storage, and RAM, from the Ryzen 9 3900X launch coming out, to the new Radeon RX 5700 XT coming out, both in the summer, to the next Gen PCIe 4.0 that was coming out with the new X570 motherboards, to even the new NVMe M.2 SSD that was coming alongside the new Ryzen lineup. If anyone overheard us, they would think we were tech geeks, not aspiring heroes. I mentally chuckled. Then, as the school came to sight, and the glass on the building reflected the sun's light, almost in a blinding way. So, I'll see you later, Izuku. Bye. Bye, Melissa. I waved at her as I left. I had to go to my homeroom classroom. After remembering where it was, I once again opened the massive door. I saw Achiko and the black-haired girl talking to one another, but before I could talk to them, I was immediately stalked by a guy with yellow hair. Why is he swarming me right now? I kept my stuff on my desk as he said, "Hey, who's that hot American chick who you were talking to? Can you do me a solid by introducing me to her?" He said while leaning on my arm. After remembering what she told me, I felt protective over Melissa. After my stuff was on my desk, my face morphed into a cold and serious expression. No, I am not going to introduce her to someone like you when you don't even know who she is. I looked at him with a smile that would make me look like a proud killer. So why don't you go back into your seat before I kill you where you stand? Let me just say that I am well versed in how to kill a person. I know one way I can kill you right now while using your arm. He backed up in horror as if he hadn't expected me to say that. He quickly retracted his arm from my shoulder and ran back to his seat, while the entire classroom looked at me in surprise. I mean, it was true. I learned pressure points and the major blood vessels in the body, but I wouldn't have actually. Oh, who am I kidding? I just screwed up again. People will now think I am a terrorist. I mentally groaned. Then I remembered. Actually, no. He needed to be scared. If I didn't scare him, he could have hurt Melissa without any consequences. At least he'll remember that he will face consequences from me. Our homeroom teacher came in, interrupting my justifications. It took you less than 3 seconds to quiet down. Looks like what I said made it into your thick skulls. Then the rest of the class happened. I found out the black-haired girl's name was Momo Yayorozu after attendance, along with the name of the yellow-haired guy as well, who was Denki Kaminari. English was easy, along with the other classes. So, after those were done, I started to ask myself, what is that actual difference between regular school and UA? This is supposed to be a super elite school, but these classes aren't that challenging. What makes this school different other than the amount of funding they have? Then, I rushed to lunch, where they served a lot of food. I chose several momo yakitoris, mostly so I could have them in a hurry if I needed to have them quickly, even if they were a little on the heavy side. "Hey, can I sit here?" I asked Yayorozu, who sat far away from everyone else. I just realized her first name is the same as the food I am eating. Well, whatever. She probably doesn't want me in her face. Of course you can. She patted a place next to where she was sitting, which surprised me, but I took up nonetheless. Hello, Yaoyorozu? Is that your last name? Wait, isn't that the name of the famous hero family? She nodded, then, having a profound interest in the cafeteria's floor, she looked downwards. Wow, so many amazing people come into the school. You think so? She asked in the same voice that Melissa and Achiko had when they were talking to me. Yeah. Other than Ida, you are quite possibly the only person with merits in the real hero world in this class. That is amazing. While looking at the floor, a red blush appeared on her cheek, which made her finally look up, just made her look at a fascination at the wall on the other side of the cafeteria. While I was finishing my food, I asked Yaoyorozu, though, what's with the school? I thought this was going to be a dog-eat-dog education system, where only the strongest and smartest survive, but at least until now, the school has been pretty laid back. No expelling for failing to answer correctly, no one is expelled for not being on time, and the teachers, while a few of them are tough on us, most of them aren't. As she turned around, all traces of her blush disappeared faster than someone could snap. She looked at me in pity, as if I had no idea what was to come, and I was an innocent kid. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Then, before she could answer me, the bell rang, which signaled the end of lunch and the beginning of the afternoon classes. She ignored my question and left without warning. Seriously, what is so special about this school, Yaoyorozu? I walked back to my classroom, opening the huge door. Mostly everyone was here. All the students looked at me as I came through the door. Kaminari's face was contorted in fear, Bakugo looked like he was seeing red, Achiko had a smile that outburned the sun, Yaoyorozu looked at me with pity, and the rest of the students looked at me in awe. Then, as I sat down, I heard someone from the door. I am, the person said while he slammed the door open, coming through the door like a normal person. I chuckled since that wasn't how people came through doors, but I eventually shut up so people didn't give me weird looks. He walked up to the front of the classroom and flexed his muscles. So this is Hero Basic Training. The class that'll put you all through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. No time to dally. Today's activity is this. He faced towards the rest of the classroom while he took out a sign that said, Battle. Team Battle Training. Everyone in the room cheered. But it seemed like All Might wasn't finished. And for that you'll need these. All Might pointed towards the wall while he pressed a button. The entire section of the wall started to expand outwards, revealing numbered boxes. Wait, what? Was that there the whole time? In accordance with the Quirk registry and the special request forms you filled out before being admitted. But before he could finish, all the students stood up excitedly. Costumes? Yeah. He cleared his throat before turning around. After you've changed, come out in ranking order to ground beta. Looking good is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Look alive now, because from today on, you're all heroes. He left the room, which sparked everyone to go to their number. I found out that there were 18, not 19, which meant that I didn't have my costume. But I did all the forms. Where is the... And then my thoughts were interrupted as a blonde-haired girl opened the door quickly. It was Melissa wearing the UA school uniform. She looks really cute in the uniform. I snapped out of my temporary fantasy as I realized what was happening. Melissa. I ran towards her. What are you doing here? Don't you have to go to lunch soon? I saw her face look away, which was weird, considering whenever I talked to her, she looked at me. I noticed that her hands were carrying something behind her back. Well, I already ate, so my teacher said that I could give you the costume that I made directly to you, as well as seeing how the design works. She removed one of her hands from the costume she was holding behind her back as she presented the costume to me. Here is the costume you ordered. Exactly as you ordered. I saw that it was wrapped in plastic and that it was green and black, which were my favorite colors. Thank you, Melissa. Also, I dug through my bag to give her some food I got from Lunch Rush. I found a BLT they served and gave it to Melissa. Have this. Let me get changed so we can go. She looked at me confused as if she were saying, how did you know that I haven't eaten yet? But I went to the bathroom so I could change. When I changed, I looked at what the costume looks like. As I ordered, it is form-fitting, but I tried walking around the bathroom. When I try to move, it adjusts and is flexible. It feels more like a second skin than a costume. It's probably made of graphene. Then, in the mirror, I looked at my belt. I also asked them to include my 3rd-degree black belt, which I sent over to the school, and they did. It looked amazing, but it also serves another purpose. I wrapped my hands with the gauntlets, which were held up by my black belt. It can hold my gauntlets, which, if I remembered correctly, has a mini-computer inside of it that charges over solar energy, hence the graphene-made costume, which would monitor my health and my heart rate as well as my location, and would send it over to the people who are in my contacts, in this case, Achiko, Melissa, and my mom. That way, they can see if I am safe and if I need help. I smiled in the mirror while tightening and hardening my fist. Looks like your teachings will help me, Master Bang. I imaginarily bowed towards him. Thank you. I walked out, where I saw Melissa had waited patiently. So, what do you think? The costume you made for me, it's amazing. Thank you. I hugged her as a thank you since she seemed to like my hugs, surprisingly without any blush from me. She seemed surprised by my actions, but she snuggled against me comfortably. After a few seconds, I pulled away and asked, "But how did you finish it in such a short amount of time?" She looked at me smugly. "I'll tell you later. For now, let's go." She held my hand and turned around as she pulled me across to the ground beta, where All Might said we should go. After she dragged me out of the building, still holding my hand, she took me to ground beta, where all the students were huddled. She reluctantly released my hand somewhere and disappeared. All the students there had huddled around All Might, but as soon as my footsteps had been heard along with Melissa's, everyone turned around to see me in a fighting stance, with both my hands out and opened, while I was crouching down towards the floor, ready to deal with whatever people would throw at me. I wonder what we're going to do. I smirked crookedly. Maybe this is the challenge that Yayorozu was talking about. Hey, Izuku. My head turned to the voice of a brunette. Cool costume. It looks really practical. I noticed what she was wearing, which was skin-tight spandex suit, one that was not only colored pink and black, but it also accentuated the curves of her body, while gripping tightly to her chest and the rest of her body. I ended up slightly looking at her chest, but I realized how perverted I looked, which made me immediately blush, and it made me look directly at her face instead of her body. Achiko rubbed the back of her head, while her face turned slightly red. I wish I had been more specific on my request form. The suit's so puffy and curvy. I cleared my throat, which did a decent job with getting me distracted away from her chest and body. Well, you can always change it if you want, but I think having it be tight on you would help your mobility, and since it is cushioned, you will get more protection from attacks from your suits. So, if you think about it, they actually did a good job trying to make a suit that would not only show who you are, someone who admires 13, but also someone different from her, and all while being very good at protecting you from someone trying to hurt you, and it makes you look cool too. Somehow, I managed to say all of that without looking at her chest or even without becoming a blushing mess. I was semi-proud how, in the past few days, I was able to interact with people a lot easier, considering my interactions with people within these past 10 years has been limited. Achiko started randomly blushing even more while shaking her hands in front of her face. Wait, how did you know? I was overwhelmed with how quickly her expression changed, while I discarded my statement that I had gotten better at interacting with people. Before I could answer her, All Might called to everyone. We're all here then? Looking good. Then he looked at me for a few seconds with a look of familiarity. I was confused by his look, but he discarded it as he tried to explain what he had brought us out here for. He explained that our team battle would involve one group, the villains, guarding a nuclear weapon, while the hero team would try to either capture the villain team or secure the weapon under the hero team's control. After he explained everything, he pulled out a box which was labeled Lots. Your battle groups will be decided by drawing lots. Tenya asked, Wait, is that really the best way? They answered for All Might. Well, in the real world, we will have to learn how to work with other people, even if we don't know them, and be able to save people in any situation. I see, Midoriya. I apologize for getting ahead of myself. My mistake. All Might shrugged it off. It's fine. Let's just get to it. I picked up a lot, which had the letter on it. Many other students went after me, getting the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, or J. Hey, I got A as well as Izuku. Must be fate. Let's do this. Then, someone I didn't expect came to Izuku and me, Yaoyorozu. I have also gotten A. Oh, right, there's an odd number of students. Since that guy who got the lowest score was demoted from class. Then I realized that Yaoyorozu was wearing clothes that barely covered her chest and left little to fantasy. Her costume was red, and it had 2 red straps that covered her BRSTs, and I was later told that she designed it that way so her quirk could be utilized more easily by exposing her skin, but at the time, I was embarrassed by her costume look. It's her choice to wear it. I shouldn't be looking at her inappropriately. Also, maybe her quirk needs exposed skin, so I just have to make sure I look at her face. I forced myself to look away from her body and at her face, and I succeeded, but I was blushing pretty heavily. Luckily, before I acted stupidly, or before the girls around me could question me, All Might came in to say, moving on. He reached his hands into boxes, which said, hero and villain. First up are. He pulled out his hands out of the boxes, which revealed 2 letters, D as the villains and A as the heroes. These. I realized that Team D had Bakugo in it based on him reacting when he saw his team letter. His team, which had Tenya in it, went inside the building per All Might's instructions to defend the weapon. Izuku, Yaoyorozu, and I were outside the building, while we memorized the blueprints. So, looks like it isn't too elaborate, I say after memorizing the building. The girls memorized the blueprints shortly after I did. As soon as Yaoyorozu did, she looked at me. So what kind of plan do you want to execute? She said to me while her hands were crossed over her chest. Wait, me? Why me? Well, you are the person who found out that our teacher was a pro-hero, even though no one recognized him. Izuku came in. Well, that was me looking at signs that he was giving off, and he is still a registered hero. I am not good at planning. I shake my head. Yaoyorozu and Izuku visibly pouted. Well, is there anything you can tell us beforehand? About Tenya or Bakugo? Yaoyorozu came in. Oh yes. I know that Bakugo will try to attack me first. He will try to actually kill me. First, he will send an explosion to warn me that, here's Katsuki, then he will attack with his right arm, changing his attack pattern slightly so I don't know what he is thinking, but once he gets set off enough, he will use more of his quirk to kill me. Yaoyorozu and Izuku had their mouths to the floor with my assessment. Wait, what? He will try to kill you. More importantly, why are you unfazed by that? Izuku screeched. Because I know that I will be able to survive against him. Then, in my mind, everything clicked. Bakugo's behavior, the blueprints of the building, how I could deal with it, my teammates, and everything else. Actually, scratch what I said. About not having good planning skills. I think I might have a plan. Momo POV. I carefully went inside the building alongside Izuku and Izuku. So, remember the plan? Izuku said, looking wary of what we were following him into. Yes. I quickly answered. Yeah, we do, Izuku answered with me. Izuku directed him towards Izuku. Make sure you are careful. Just because Bakugo is going for me, doesn't mean he won't hurt you guys. Izuku, make sure you use your quirk to float above their field of vision. Keep a steady view of him, and make sure you don't touch him. Izuku nodded, showing that she understood. Izuku directed his attention towards me. Make sure you cover Izuku with medicine so she won't feel like throwing up. Also, conceal your movement and stay close to the ground. If Bakugo comes across you guys, try to stop him. Try to keep him from sweating. If you can, try to soak him with cold water. Otherwise, run. I looked forward. Bakugo and Tenya won't hesitate. Make sure you don't either. As Izuku spoke, we picked up the pace and went ahead of him. Izuku and I both turned towards Izuku and tightened our fists to communicate a message of determination to him. We can do it. A thought we all shared at that moment. But as we did that, Izuku ran ahead of us, making sure that we would have a lesser chance to get caught. Izuku was the bait, and we were the trap. However, the plan didn't go exactly as intended. Achiko and I went on the path towards the bomb. Several minutes of silence passed between us. After we found a place to wait, I spoke out. Uraraka? She slowly turned her face around, revealing her facial expression. Her eyes looked cloudy as if she felt guilty about something, and it was filled with conflict as if she didn't know if she had made the right choice. She turned around as she responded in a confused tone. What is the history between Midoriya and Bakugo? Curiosity overtook me. I can't tell you. Her expression crumbled even more. She looked down as she said, Izuku has to tell you that himself. He trusted me with that information, and I promised not to tell anyone. My question had been semi-answered. Something terrible had occurred between them, most likely being Bakugo's fault, and that it had forged a rift between them. What exactly was beyond me, but I was able to speculate. However, an explosion that occurred before us brought us out of our thoughts and made us jump back in fear. Here's Bakugo. After we jumped back, I was frozen, unable to think, and I stopped breathing for several seconds. The explosion had created an excessive amount of smoke, which gave us little time. I got distracted. I remembered what I had to do. I poured my brain into focusing on what was around me. The building itself was quite sparse, and it didn't leave much room to hide or to use. So I knew what I had to do. I signaled to Achiko to execute on Plan B, which she realized. She floated up and waited for an explosion. Bakugo used an explosion to launch himself at me, which cleared the dust that had accumulated. As soon as he took off, he reached out his hand and grabbed me by the neck. He lifted me high into the air, constricting my lungs from breathing. Now, where's Deku? His tone added weight to the air and felt as if it were suffocating on its own. He's suffocating me. I managed to think out. I felt the life being sucked out of me, being captured by his hatred-filled eyes. Luckily, before I could pass out, I signaled Achiko, so she swiftly fell from the ceiling, and she grabbed his shoulders, which caused him to float while she and I fell. I finally took a massive breath in as Bakugo's grip on my neck loosened, and as he went towards the ceiling. She landed in a crouching position, with her hands on the floor, and her knees up to her face. She looked as if she was about to vomit, but she quickly chewed on the medicine that she had received from me and instantly silenced her sickness. Well done, Uraraka. She showed none of the pain or remorse that she had a few minutes ago. In fact, she looked proud. Her smile wasn't wide, from ear to ear, but she did have a smile that showed her prideful of her actions. After a few seconds, we stood up. Now that he is under our capture, we should bind him with the tape. I say bring the tape out. However, Bakugo stopped us dead in our tracks, when we saw he was smiling evilly from the ceiling. He looked like he knew more than he was letting on. Don't think you have one yet? The hatred-filled boy said to us. He lifted his hand, revealing the sweat that he had incurred within the fight. Then we saw the same-looking sweat on our suits. Wait, if his quirk makes him generate sweat that can explode on his command, then that means. Before I could complete my thought, an explosion enveloped us. I was blinded, my ears were ringing, and I couldn't breathe. As my vision cleared, I saw what happened. I couldn't see much. The explosion destroyed much of our suits and sent us back flying into the ground. I saw a figure appear from the smoke, but it wasn't a figure who gave me hope. I don't know why that quirkless BSRD put so much faith in you people. He walked, leaning his weight from one side to the other as he stepped forward. At least he had a strategy of acting now, planning later. He always knew that plans would change, so he never would make one. That's why he never lost to me. Bakugo walked through the smoke, with anger ever present in his eyes. He lifted my limp body by clutching at my throat, along with Achiko's throat, and hung us in the air, making it impossible for us to breathe. Where is he? Tell me right now. His question was answered, just not by us. Away from them. A voice that did give me hope came. I saw Izuku first punch Bakugo into the wall, which distanced us from Bakugo. We were finally able to breathe, as our lungs had been liberated from Bakugo's clutches temporarily, and we were able to stand up after filling our lungs with fresh oxygen. As we stood up, we saw that Bakugo was currently on the floor, bleeding profusely from his head and arms. His face was obscured by the floor, and we almost regretted what had occurred to him. Almost. Izuku's face looked obscured as well. Achiko, Yaoyorozu, get to the bomb. I'll take care of Bakugo. Izuku stated out, his voice metallic and cold. But how? Didn't you render him unconscious by punching him into the wall? He is bleeding quite a bit after all. He sighed while turning his head towards us. No. He'll get up in a matter of seconds to hurt you all. Whenever he had his mind on a goal, he would always push through until he achieves it, no matter the cost. Even if it will kill him or it kills other people. I wasn't sure what I heard in his voice. At first, I thought it was jealousy, but it sounded too sincere for him to be jealous. He seemed to admire him, which meant that something happened between them that regarded their abilities and personality. As he had spoken, Bakugo had gotten up, blood spraying out from his head. However, he didn't seem to notice anything, as the only thing that looked to be on his mind, and his face was anger. Yui. Izuku's face, which previously looked calm, suddenly shifted to a more clouded expression as he looked upon Bakugo. He raised his finger towards Izuku, trembling out of a mixture of fear and anger. In seconds, Bakugo opened his hands behind him and created a massive explosion to accelerate himself across the room. Behind him, the already unstable wall collapsed as it had taken too much damage from Bakugo. He collided with Izuku, trying to do a right hook, but, instead of dodging the attack, or blocking the move by immediately grabbing his forearm and fist, he changed his fist into a hand gesture that had his index, middle, ring, and pinky finger pointed upwards, while his thumb curled towards the center of his palm. He moved his hand from his ear and nape to Bakugo's arm. It was either a form of distraction or a move that he knew how to execute. As soon as he blocked Bakugo's swing with his forearm and hand, Izuku turned his blocking hand towards wrapping Bakugo's forearm, while his other hand's palm collided with Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo's figure visibly weakened, as his body limped backward, which Izuku immediately took advantage of, grabbing his shoulder, kicking his knee joints behind him to disable him to the ground, and he jumped up on the walls of the building to gain momentum, and as soon as he fell to the floor, he trapped Bakugo with his hands, grabbing both of his arms, preventing him from using his quirk to escape. Go! Now! Izuku said, with genuine worry present in his voice. We followed his warning, leaving immediately to the bomb. Was he scared for Bakugo's safety or ours? I wasn't able to evaluate it as we had stumbled upon the weapon. Tenya had been guarding it well, seemingly trying to convince himself to take the mantle of becoming a villain for the exercise. However, he wasn't able to conceive that we were already there. So, looks to be that Tenya is reluctant to actually become a villain, even for this simple exercise. I smirk behind one of the pillars that disguised our position. We currently sat on the floor, resting after running away from Bakugo, while also scouting our options. That means that, if we could trick him into thinking that he heard us, we could be able to distract him. My expression had fallen. But we are already going off the plan, and we are not acting as heroes. Our original plan had Izuku covering for us, but his quick move to save us, while it saved our lives, was impulsive and injured Bakugo. We need to work with the rest of his plan. He came up with a plan that would have no casualties, while also putting both villains under our capture without any damage to the building. Now, a section of the wall is crippled, and the building could collapse with any further damages. Echui, what are you doing, UBC? Hiding behind something like the coward that you are. I heard from my earpiece. I realized that Izuku had pressed the earpiece, either intentionally or unintentionally. No, I am not a coward. I heard Izuku say, slightly masking his annoyance from Bakugo. I just need to change my plan. Since, of course, nothing happens as you expect it to. He sighed. However, throughout the exchange, he sounded calm, even when Bakugo was yelling at him. I couldn't figure him out. One moment he's calm, another he's shouting at us to run with a worried expression. He claimed not to be good at making plans, however, he made a plan that would work, and has followed it to a large extent. However, now you want to diverge from it? You are a strange person, Izuku Midoriya. But even with you interfering with our plan, we will still be able to win. Because we will be heroes, And that means we will be able to not just save people, but we can think on our feet and change our methods. Wait, was that a message to us? The next few sentences came. Right now, Achiko, Momo, and I will win. Because, unlike you, I have faith in my team to act like the heroes they are. My face reddened from the complete trust he placed in us, and him calling me by my first name, but more importantly, my mind suddenly sharpened, as a new plan fell into place within my mind. You truly are strange. I smiled. My eyes turned over towards the quiet girl behind me, and I saw her blushing, but her smile reached from ear to ear, and she looked as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders with Izuku's trust. Looks like she puts a lot of value to Izuku's words. I shook my head. He's right. I reach out to the blushing girl to wake her out of her state. She looked towards me with a new, determined gaze. Let's abandon the original plan. I have a new one. She nodded as we heard an explosion in the distance. A few minutes later, like a spider walking on a web, Achiko used her quirk to climb on the ceiling, hiding from view. I hid behind the pillar. Luckily, most people won't look higher than a 45-degree angle. So, if Achiko hides behind the pillars, she should be unnoticed. However, Achiko fell and threw up, revealing her location to Tenya. Aha! Tenya either mocked a villain laugh or tried to emulate a villain's laugh. He walked towards the pillar where he saw her throw up, creeping towards the site. However, when he had come across the scene, after several seconds of being in the scene, he said, "Ha!" I ran towards the bomb, stomping my feet on the platform that led to the weapon as I ran. Stop! Tenya stopped his search, glaring at me in complete shock. In the name of villainy, I heard grunting as I walked towards the weapon. I looked behind me, and I saw that Achiko had taped his mouth, along with the rest of his body, keeping him from moving or communicating towards or to us. But now we can obtain the weapon. Before we touched the weapon, however, All Might over the loudspeaker said, "The hero team wins." We stopped in our tracks as the announcement sunk in. Wait, the conditions for winning were either to obtain the weapon or to capture all the villains. So that means dash. I heard the thumping of shoes clamping across the floor as Izuku came in through the passageway, a wide, almost proud grin spread across his face. Achiko and I shared his expression. I am glad I put my faith in you too. You not only managed to obtain the weapon, but you too also captured the villain guarding it, all without causing any damage to the building. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, turning the other way as he explained, I ended up destroying a massive part of the building just to capture Bakugo. Our once proud faces shifted towards confusion as we heard what he said. We made our way downwards, where we saw Bakugo outside the building, grunting in anger. Even though we visualized what he was talking about, we didn't imagine what he showed us. There were massive burn marks sliced across the building, presumably from Bakugo. However, in the opposing direction, there were cracks that made the foundation walls slant in a way like a balloon on the brink of exploding outwards. It was either because too many people were on the second and third floors, or because something internal happened within the floor. There was also a human-sized hole in the building where Bakugo was tied. What caused this phenomenon? I managed to express. I punched too hard, Izuku said with a straight face as if him wording it a different way wouldn't make him credible. Izuku? Momo? Achiko's voice made us turn towards her. I think the building might be. As she said that, the ceiling of the first floor cracked over me, and a slab fell from several feet above my head. For a second, I had frozen in place. The slab was inches away from my head, inches away from taking my life away from this world. I closed my eyes, expecting the release of death as the ceiling came closer to killing me. I don't want to die. However, at the last moment, Izuku pushed me towards the floor, and I heard the shattering of both bones and concrete. A few seconds later, as I realized that my death wasn't coming soon, I looked towards a bloodied Izuku. However, his expression as he looked at me was one filled with complete worry. Are you okay, Momo? He offered his non-damaged arm towards me, gently offering his hand, despite the situation. I daintily wrapped my hand around his, slowly getting up. I realized the proximity between us, and how I could feel his breathing against my skin, tickling my skin, while also making me feel calm, despite my rapidly beating heart. Yes, Izuku, I am fine. I cleared my throat. I still held his hand, and when I looked behind towards Uraraka, her eyes looked cloudy, and the smile that had once graced her features was nowhere to be seen. Good, because we need to get the hell out of here, he stated as he carried me with the arm that I just held. I squeaked as he lifted me, to which he said, sorry, before running with me through the hole he made in the building. He gently carried me to where Bakugo was and quickly ran away back inside the building. Next, he carried Achiko, gently placing her feet on the ground as he ran back in one last time to save Tenya. Wait, the building is close to collapsing. If he goes in dash. As soon as I had thought, the foundation walls gave in and the first floor collapsed into itself. I wanted to run towards the building to save Izuku, but, again, I was frozen in place. Why can't I move? He could die, but I can't move. I feel paralyzed. Right now, Achiko, Momo, and I will win. Because, unlike you, I have faith in my team to act like the heroes they are. That line came to me, and for whatever reason, whether due to him inspiring me, or due to his faith in us despite him not knowing who we were, I was no longer paralyzed. One foot hastily placed in front of the other, I ran quickly towards the side of the collapsing building. I can't stop moving now, I thought as rubble continually fell from the building. Achiko followed me, running towards the collapsing building. Using her quirk, she ascended towards the third floor with me en tow. We found Izuku strewn across the ground, his arms, back, and head gushing out blood. He was lightly breathing, but he wasn't in motion. He seemed to be unconscious, so I knew what Achiko and I had to do. Uraraka, use your quirk to bring Izuku outside the building. I'll get Tenya. I managed to calmly muster. Achiko nodded and left the building. Using my quirk, I created an inflatable mattress that sat at the ground, jumping onto the device after making it. Landing safely, I ran away from the building, transporting Tenya to where Bakugo was. After a few seconds, the building fully collapsed, the once standing building now only an accumulation of debris and concrete. My vision was directed towards Achiko and Izuku, who were near Recovery Girl to recover. Izuku was lying down, while Achiko was looking over him with concern. Izuku, seconds later, woke up. Are you two okay? I asked them since Izuku had just regained consciousness. Achiko stepped away, looking displeased by doing so, but she stood up and stood next to me. Izuku, eyes half-lidded, said, He shot up. Wait, what happened to Bakugo and Tenya? Are they okay? Despite his previously sustained injuries, he is more concerned for Bakugo and Tenya's well-being compared to his own. I smiled. He is truly selfless. Grunting noises from behind Recovery Girl interrupted my thought process. Izuku's head whipped around towards the sound and saw Bakugo and Tenya tied with tape. They were fine, but they looked displeased with their current predicament. Oh! Izuku sighed, a huge weight lifted off of his chest. Achiko and I leaned forward to see his expression. I realized that he smiled because the faith that he placed in us had not, from his point of view, been misplaced. He looks beautiful. I looked at his smile and blushed, suddenly looking away, as I felt more self-conscious of his gaze, similarly to how I felt after he had saved my life. Minutes later, we left the training grounds to look at the speciation room. So, although the hero team won, I think the most valuable person was young Tenya. All the students looked in shock, if not confusion, towards All Might. However, I understood his decision, even mentally slapping myself for my recklessness. Anyone know why? I raised my hand, as everyone looked towards me for answers that I had. The reason is because of the negligence of the other students. As I had spoken, the smile that was on Achiko's face, along with Izuku's expression, had crumbled. I reluctantly continued. Due to Bakugo's negligence, Tenya was easily able to be captured by Uraraka and I. Izuku's negligence caused him to overuse his strength and nearly caused the building to collapse. Although he trusted us as his teammates to execute our plans, if this were a real situation, Bakugo would have escaped and, possibly, called for backup, and we would have no warning or chance to prepare. Also, due to his negligence and overusing his power, the weapon was in ruins, I was on the brink of death, and so was he. I didn't look towards Izuku, but I thought about what he would be feeling, frustration born out of a hero who had been hurt by the person he had saved. A similar situation occurred between Uraraka and I. Our negligence, leaving Bakugo behind, could have had disastrous consequences for us, as well as the people surrounding the building. If this wasn't an exercise for us, the entire city could have been obliterated. I imagined a similar expression for Achiko, having felt betrayed by the person she trusted with her life. Tenya, however, while he did get captured, he guarded the weapon, preventing us from obtaining it, and he, as I had seen, immersed himself into his role as a villain, something that we had failed to do. Everyone looked at me in surprise, as they hadn't expected me to praise the opposing team so well. They also looked at me with newfound respect, either for my abilities to criticize myself and my team, or my recognition of my own faults. However, my ability to criticize had also come in the way of the trust that Izuku and Achiko had given to me. At least, that is what I thought until I saw their true expression. Izuku, instead of being saddened and betrayed, looked even more determined. I could feel the fire in his eyes, showing the perseverance present in his mind. Achiko looked to be even more motivated, clutching her fists in front of her face, while sharing the smirk that was presently on Izuku's face. It seemed to be a smile that represented them seeing what their abilities are currently, and what they can do to improve. They want to be criticized, they are accepting and trusting of me, and they don't even know who I am. The people here at this school are quite unusual. I shared their determined expression. But that isn't a terrible thing. We have to work our way to becoming the greatest heroes to exist. If we don't criticize each other and push ourselves to become the best, we will never succeed. That is correct, young Yaoyorozu. Great explanation. After a few battles, seeing the abilities of the other students, our class had concluded, and All Might and Izuku both mysteriously disappeared before many of us could blink. Where are they going? Izuku POV. I ran to the building, trying to catch up with All Might. Then some dust came into my nose, and well, this happened. Achoo! I crashed into something or someone, and I felt my hands against the grass. Ouch! I thought I recognized her voice, so I opened my eyes, only to see a brunette woman under my gaze. My hands were resting on the grass under her. Thankfully, however, I was inches away from her lips. I didn't look at her, because I had quickly stood up, trying not to touch her. I offered my hand. Sorry for crashing into you. Are you okay? She looked up at me and I saw the flicker of familiarity. She gently took my hand as she stood up. Thankfully, she was mostly fine. As I looked at her, I instantly recognized her as one of the big three, the top students in the school, and her name Nijire Hado. Wait, do I know you? She said, tilting her head sideways with curiosity when she stood up. I scratched my head, confused about her question. No, I don't think so. I haven't seen someone like you since. My voice became stuck in my throat as I remembered that day. When Bakugo's life diverged from mine, and the day I vowed to become the strongest. By the new look on her face, I could see that she had the same memories. Wait, I know who you are. You're the guy who had protected me 10 years ago. She screeched in excitement. Everything suddenly clicked. The brunette. Saving a girl from Bakugo's wrath. Falling unconscious. Becoming a martial artist. It all started with the girl passionately looking at me like the hero I was to her. Nijire Hado, one of the people I idolized in my earlier days, the person who could be one of the top heroes in the world, I saved her? A supposed quirkless nobody. I smirked. The world's a small place. People are even smaller. I chuckled at the enthusiasm for learning my identity. Yeah, I did. I remember that you were a late quirk bloomer. Bakugo was wanting to play heroes and villains, but he had you as the villain because you were quirkless at that time. Her enthusiasm died down as she laughed sadly, but she kept a smile on her face. Yeah, I remember that. I remembered Bakugo knocking you out. I remembered trying to wake you up and desperately tried to lift you up, But I also remembered being weak for the second time in my life. I remembered trying to get my parents, and I wanted to get you home so I could thank you, but by the time I had gotten back, you were nowhere in sight. My mind stuck to her last statement as I frowned. Wait, I don't remember. All I remember is waking up, back at home. Who brought me back? I added that to my archive of questions to ask my mom. Though, now that you are here, I can finally do and say this. She hugged me, which, if I counted correctly, was the fourth hug that I had gotten from a girl other than my mom. At the time, I wasn't sure if that was an accomplishment or not, but it felt like one, since, previously, I didn't talk to any girls, let alone hug them. She continued. You saved me from Bakugo and motivated me to become a hero, so I could be what you were to me at that moment. So, thank you. I reciprocated the hug, gently wrapping my arms around her. Again, it felt nice to hug someone, even if it wasn't from my mom. You don't have to thank me, Hato. She smiled. Well, how about you call me by my first name? I froze. One of the best up-and-coming heroes in the world wants me to call her by name. I had forgotten about me calling Yaoyorozu as well as Uraraka by their names at that moment, but as I remembered, I relaxed and smiled back. Okay, Nijire, I said, her name surprisingly hard to say. Anyway, did you get a quirk? If you did, what is it called? My quirk is called Dash. Don't have a quirk. Never did and never will. I nonchalantly say. Her eyes widened. Really? You're the first person to get into the school without a quirk. I was about to correct her, saying that All Might had gotten in, but I stopped myself. But no one else knows. Yeah. I guess so. Though, the weird thing is, you weren't the only one to apply and get in this year. I was intrigued. Wait, what? Yeah, her name was Melissa Shield. Other than you, she was the only quirkless person to get into the school. Oh. The disappointment showed on my face. Hey, why are you frowning? Her face was inches away from mine, and her smile disappeared for a curious look. It's just, you'd think more quirkless people would try to attend. I guess not. My eyes start watering. She grabbed me by the shoulders once more and hugged me again. Well, you were the only brave one to dedicate yourself to a dream everyone told you was impossible to achieve. You were the only one to go past the bullies. Past the expectations everyone set for quirkless people like you. She pulled away from the hug, making me look upwards at her energetic face. When you become a hero, I know that you will inspire other people to do the same. The smile returned to her face, reminding me of the other girls who gave me hope. But how? I backed away from her, rubbing the back of my neck. Not that special. I screwed up a lot. I'm not as smart as other people. She lightly chuckled, which snapped me out of it. After a few seconds, her face became more serious. No, you're not special. However, you work hard. You managed to overcome so many obstacles to get where you are. You match All Might's strength at only you are the first person to get into the hero course of UA without a quirk. If you can do it, that means that other quirkless people can too. She moved her mouth to my ear, and I could feel her breath against my skin. You inspired me to become a hero, even without achieving that. So I think, no, I know that you can inspire more people to become like you. The reason that I am becoming a hero is so that no one else can become like me and what I have gone through. But she's right. It have to become important, so more people will dedicate themselves to the dreams that I have strived for. Hopefully without becoming like me. Yeah, you're right. My mind realized where I needed to go. Anyway, I need to go back to my class, so see you. She smiled back at me, radiating the warmth of a summer's day in spring. Yeah. See you. She waved, then we went in opposite directions. After running, I found All Might in the nurse's office. However, he was in his deflated form, which made me hide behind the door frame. The year's only started, and this has been the second time I've had to heal him. Why didn't you stop the battle from going too far? All Might looked downwards with guilt spread across his face, reminding me of the time when I yelled at him. I'm sorry, recovery girl. It's not me you need to apologize to. Yesterday, he had broken bones, torn muscles, and a massive amount of blood loss. Today, multiple of his bones were shattered. It isn't so easy to heal. She rubbed her forehead in annoyance. I know you chose him as your student, but you have to be more cautious. Yes, you are right. However, he lowered his voice to a much quieter tone, so I could barely hear it. Can you keep it down? At least when discussing my strength. Why is he still hiding that he is quirkless? I spaced out while thinking of reasons. Maybe he didn't want the symbol of peace as people know it to crumble. Maybe he is afraid to reveal his quirkless past. Maybe he doesn't want to inspire other quirkless people. However, All Might broke my thought process. Only you, the principal, an old friend of mine, and Midoriya know that I am quirkless. No one else knows. I suppose that's just you resting on your laurels, then? She said an expression that I didn't fully understand, but I guess that meant being lazy or something of the sort. It's that important, huh? That you are a natural-born hero and a symbol of peace? Without me, this superhuman society would fall to evil. He still thinks that. I started to get angry and I was about to storm in, but then he said, or so I thought. He sighed, just as I hid behind the door again. But Midoriya is right. If I die, which I will, according to the vision, the society I have worked so hard to create will fall apart if no other symbol of peace will take my place. So, I will eventually reveal the fact that I am quirkless, and I want to work with other heroes to make sure that they will be fine when I'm gone. But I have to make sure he will take my place as the strongest hero, so he can achieve a better society than I have. Then it is all the more important that you train him properly. He nodded his head, to which I realized that I didn't need to ask him anything. He is the #1 hero for a reason, after all. He can listen to other people's opinions. I smiled as I slowly walked back to class. I checked the time. Well, it looks like I have time to go back to my homeroom. I speed-walked back to my classroom, not wanting to PSS off Mr. Aizawa. I opened the room only to not see Mr. Aizawa anywhere in the classroom. The students were the only ones there. Oh, Midoriya's here. Welcome back, man. After the redhead, who I heard was Izuku Kirishima, called out to me, many people crowded around me as I closed the door. That punch and counter against Bakugo were amazing. I half expected them to react with fear, but instead, they all looked at me with a lot of admiration. You motivated us to give it our all after what you said on the comms. Wait, they heard me? I realized all the dumb things I probably said during the fight, which made me kind of relieved that they had been motivated by what I had said. I smiled at them. Thank you, Kirishima, Ashido, Azui, and Sato. They all looked stunned, and fear danced in the corner of their eyes. Didn't they say your names during the battle and attendance? Why are you surprised? Relief flooded their faces as they sighed. Wait, you memorized all of our names? Achiko came in to say. That's amazing. I shrugged it off. Nah, you guys could have done it too. Then, I looked for the spiky blonde that wasn't present. Though, where's Bakugo? Azui came in. He was sulking because he lost to you, so he left. Where did he go? I said rather concerned. He left through the front entrance. You might be able to catch up to him. Thanks, Azui. I turned around, opening and closing the sliding door behind me, and I ran towards the entrance. Bakugo was just at the bottom of the steps when I called out a name I hadn't said in a while. Kaken. He stopped and turned his head towards me. Why are you leaving now? He turned away. I lost to you. What else am I supposed to do? Cry or something? Is it that saddening? He sadly chuckled. Don't be an idiot. No way that you beating me once is going to stop me. I was just slacking off in the past 10 years. You weren't. Pointing towards me, he looked at me directly. Don't think that just because you won now, that I wouldn't beat you. I'll defeat you, no matter what it takes. I laughed, not because I didn't believe him, but because I believed him. What's so dim and funny? I saw his fist clench in anger. I smirked at him. Well, you may beat me, but what about everyone else? Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, for example, could probably beat you and me if they worked together. Tisk, whatever. He turned around, releasing the pressure on his hands. I'll beat all of you. He raised his fist in the air. No matter what it takes. He rocketed away, leaving a trail of dust and debris in my face. Momo's POV. The next day. Another day, the media monitoring our every move. They asked about All Might, and Mr. Aizawa said, "He's off today. Please go, you're disturbing my class." He tried to sound as calm as possible, but that only made him sound more passive-aggressive than anything else. We walked in, ignoring the media pressing inwards. The barrier separated us from the media, silencing the very existence of the media pressing inwards. Although it was a relief not to have them after us, it was rather disturbing how quiet the school became after the barrier established itself. However, as all the students gathered in the classrooms, one person was missing. Where's Izuku? I looked upon the empty seating. Oh. He texted me that it was a family emergency. Uraraka answered rather quickly. That piqued my interest. What kind? Another student asked. What happened to Midoriya? Yeah, his girlfriend isn't here either. That tugged my heartstrings, if that was the way to describe the feeling I felt. Am I feeling jealous? Classmates, we can discuss this later. This is school. A place for learning. Everyone became silent. Good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over your grades and evaluations. Mr. Aizawa looked in front of the empty desk. Bakugu. He froze. Grow up. Stop wasting your talent, and stop thinking that you are special because you have it. Surprisingly, he muttered, Got it? Yaoyorozu. I froze as well. Be a hero. What dash? Interrupting my thoughts, he bluntly explained. Don't hesitate to save people from harm, including, especially your teammates. No one will be able to save them. My lips formed a thin line, but I nodded. Well, I was going to lecture Midoriya, but since he's not here, we're now on to homeroom business. Our teacher removed the scarf covering his eye, as if he needed to see the full classroom. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today. The entire class's expression soured, and many held their breath in, as if they were about to experience some form of displeasure. You'll pick out a class president. Everyone simultaneously released the breath they were holding in, sighing in relief. Such a normal, school-like thing. I raised my eyebrow. Class president? What exactly is that? Then, everyone simultaneously raised their hands, as if they were suddenly connected to each other. Many said, I want to do that. Let me be president, while I was still confused about the position. Quiet down, everyone. Ida Tenya clamped his hand against the desk and stood up. Everyone looked towards the tall student with glasses, fear welling up in their eyes. Leading the many is a task of heavy responsibility. But ambition does not equate to ability. So this is a leadership position. I wondered what the position entailed, but I listened. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward the motion. Suddenly, Tenya raised his hand towards the sky, sitting down in the process. That our true leader must be chosen by election. One student yelled out, This is just a classroom, not Congress. Then, a girl with a frog-like appearance said, But Ida, we haven't known each other long enough to build any trust. Then, a pink-skinned student joined the discussion. And everyone will just vote for themselves. But what if you couldn't? I joined it, to which everyone looked in my direction. I had said it quietly, but it was loud enough to reach the people around me. What? Not voting for ourselves? Why not? A yellow-haired classmate argued. I didn't shrink back. I mean, it's only fair. If everyone believes that they deserve to be as the presidential position, then it would only make sense that eliminating the ability to choose yourself would eliminate that bias, as well as show the true leader worthy of leading this class. Everyone silenced themselves after my comment. However you do it, just do it quick. Aizawa disappeared in a yellow suit that surrounded him. What is that? However, while the voting process itself didn't take very long, there was a problem. The classroom was split. Izuku Midoriya, a 9. Momo Yaoyoro's a 9. Ijiro Kirishimon. My eyebrow raised again. People voted for me? Why? What the? For some reason, the hot-headed teen censored himself. Maybe he has grown. Who the hell voted for Deku? Then again, perhaps not. 0 votes. Tenya looked directly towards the floor, not willing to look anyone in the eye. I personally didn't take heed to his words, as I moved to the front of the classroom. Fine. So your president is Midoriya and your vice president is Yaoyorozu. But, since Midoriya isn't here currently, Yaoyorozu, you are the acting president of the classroom. I understand. I stood in front of the classroom for an impromptu speech. I know I am currently not the best candidate for you all, but what I know. I looked at everyone with eyes of burning passion. I will make sure that this class will run smoothly and I will do my best to represent UA as a whole. Thank you for your vote. I will make sure that no one will regret it. Light applause carried me back to my seat. Then, the class carried on, with the similar schedule compared to yesterday. However, every teacher, from midnight to present mic and beyond, piled worksheets upon worksheets on top of the empty desk. By the time we escorted ourselves off to lunch, the papers were up towards the ceiling. He's missing, that's understandable, but it isn't as if he's been gone for several weeks. We were also given work, true, but not anywhere close to the amount of work he was given. Right before lunch, I asked Present Mike, "Why did you assign Izuku all that work?" He seemed confused by my appearance, but he adjusted to my question. Well, what? Why is Izuku assigned more work than the rest of the students? He steadied his expression. Well, you get that actions have consequences? Well, yeah, but what consequence does he deserve? He hasn't done anything wrong. He refutes his responsibilities as a student, and he didn't even show up to class today. My eyebrow raised again. Well, he had a family emergency dash. So? Most quirkless people wouldn't have even come to the exam, let alone get in. His face became much more serious. He's a student here, in the top school of the world. We can't give exceptions to anyone. Not even All Might was exempt from the expectations of the school. Be that as it may, why does dash? The alarm abruptly rang through the school, with a glass-shattering shrill. Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. The alarm went all the students howling, which made me run to the center of all the commotion. I overlooked the entire mess of students, trying to escape. The noise was too loud, so I impulsively yelled out with a megaphone that I had created, "Everyone, listen up." Everyone stood still and instantly looked up towards me. Suddenly, I felt nervous as many of the people there started to ogle at me, but I composed myself. We are students of UA. We have expectations to uphold. Everything will be fine if we approach it in a rational manner. As soon as those words left my mouth, everyone started running again, completely ignoring my words. But aren't they listening? However, Ida then floated towards the exit sign. Balancing his weight upon the sign, he spoke. It's just the press. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone settled down and went back to normal. I sighed in relief, but with a twinge of guilt ignited within me, despite me trying to fan the flame out and keep it from growing. Why? Couldn't I do it? Back in the classroom, I decided my fate. A stutter took hold of me. I would like to elect another to serve as acting president. Everyone looked with kind eyes, but I shifted my eyes to one person in particular. I believe that Tenya Ida should fulfill that role. Nods of agreement were seen throughout, which increased my guilt, but I stood my position. I will accept the position then. People cheered as he stood in front of the room alongside me to replace the role of acting president. Then, the mountain of work on Izuku's desk suddenly became visible to me. Where are you, Midoriya? Izuku POV. Achoo! Was someone thinking or talking about me? I shrugged it off. Then I took my mom's hand, squeezing it ever so slightly, in hopes she would wake up. The gash in her stomach didn't give me much hope, however. She's stable at least. But who could have done this? Melissa held her in my hand. Hey, it's okay. You couldn't have done anything more. I could have. Tears returned to my eyes. I could have made sure she was okay. I could have locked the door. I could have done something. She let go of my hand and embraced me, rubbing my back in a soothing motion. Hey, it will be all right. I'll be there, wherever you need me. You helped me. She released me from her hug. I'll help you. You deserve it. I chuckled softly. How are you so good at comforting me? I wore a small smirk on my face. Well, I just know how I want to be treated, so I try to treat others in the same way. Then I realized that we were inches apart, yet neither her nor I wanted to move away from each other. Blushes painted both of our faces, but neither of us moved. Her blonde hair, her ocean blue eyes, her beautiful, red lips, and a smile that could outshine suns. I saw all of her face, taking in all of her beauty. Then the door of the hospital room opened. Fear not, Izuku, because All Might in his giant form noticed my proximity to Melissa. As soon as we locked eyes on him, we split apart. Oh, was I interrupting something of yours, Melissa? All Might held a teasing smile. Never thought All Might, of all people, was sadistic. No, she squeaked. I was just. She took a breath. Then another. She seemed to be hyperventilating, but she eventually calmed down. No, I just was comforting him. His teasing grin lowered, in favor of a more serious look on his face. Yeah, I understand. He looked towards me. Young Izuku, how's your mother doing? Well, she's stable. I looked towards my mom, not wanting to meet All Might's gaze. Good. He put his hand on my shoulder, which made me turn around towards him. She's alive, that's all that matters. I nodded. He finally deflated, back to his weak form. Melissa and I didn't even flinch. Now, I'll wait here with you. It's important for me, as a teacher, to make sure my students and parents are happy. Even though he may have been lying after all, he could morph back into his bigger form. I didn't question it. So we waited, sitting on seats near the door, hoping that my mom would wake up. Please, wake up. Momo Piovi. Walking away from the bus, Class 1A stepped out into what I would describe as a new world. The students looked in awe at the new situation we were placed in. This is USJ? Many of my classmates let their eyes wander around the site. They all looked ecstatic. That perfectly described 1A, ecstatic young adults who were on their path to greatness. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. A hero's voice interrupted our thoughts. I built this facility myself. I call it. The hero shifted towards us, which let us look at him wholly. The unforeseen simulation joint. So that's what it means. The hero turned around, and I recognized him as 13, the space hero. He stood in a bulky suit, making him look like an astronaut of sorts. Aizawa quietly approached the space hero, whispering about something that I could not comprehend. Aizawa then broke his quiet murmuring, saying, "So be it. Let's get started. Before we do, I have 1 or 2 points, or 3 or 4. She artificially added it before calming down to speak. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my work is called Black Hole. It can SCK and tear anything apart. Cool. Everyone had spoken out. They wore faces of amazement as if they hadn't been told previously the consequences of the hero's power. However, I knew she would add on to it. My power could easily kill. I've no doubt there are some among you with similar abilities. And some not among us. I thought bitterly. Izuku lingered in my mind as he explained the consequences of having the powers we did. Suddenly, as 13 had finished his explanation, Aizawa yelled out, "Huddle up and don't move." Aizawa, who had usually spoken quietly, shocked us out of ourselves, as we looked upon many things. Villains overshadowing the very institution that they just entered in. That truly roused me to action. 13. Protect the students. I quickly realized our situation. Everyone, this is not a drill. Listen to Mr. Aizawa and huddle up. Everyone broke out of their shock and huddled behind Aizawa, 13, and C. We looked upon a man with blue hair and dead skin, with a hand shielding his face from view. Where is he? The man spoke softly, but his voice sounded rough, harsh, and above all, terrifying. We've all this way and brought so many playmates. All Might, the symbol of peace. Is he here? Then his voice became menacing, changing the entire atmosphere. I wonder if some dead kids will bring him here? Terror ensued and I couldn't think properly. Where are you? I despised my weakness of esteem, but I held it together outside. Inside, however, I felt terrified. Why did this have to come today? I sounded like a young child, groaning. Meanwhile, Izuku POV. I looked at my mother's sleeping figure. Flashes of what happened appeared in my mind. Us finding the door wide open with my mom strung across the floor. The bloody knife that was placed in her hand. The guy burning my mom's possible case. The DNA evidence, burning. A burning hatred in his eyes for people like me. Hey, Izuku? Melissa looked with concerned eyes, which made me realize where I was. I was still in a hospital, surrounded by tired colors and machine wiring. I gulped. Yes. I want to know who tried to kill my mom. She nodded her head in understanding. Yeah, I do too. All Might was snoring, which broke the conversation. He eventually woke up, a few hours later, with more energy than he usually had. Izuku, what happened to your mom? He asked. His eyes showed a tiny bit of anger, but not at me. More so towards the person who would do such a thing. I found her, bloodied and cut, with the door open. There was no sign of struggle, except with her facial expression, so the police officers chalked it up to suicide or karojizatsu. Melissa didn't understand what I meant, so I explained. In Japan especially, karojizatsu is a term when someone works for so long that the mental pressure is too much for them, and they commit suicide. My mom had to work alongside my dad, and they both pulled around 60 to 80 hours a week. A week? Some people don't even work that much in a month. Melissa exclaimed. All Might sighed. That's the culture of this country. There are many professions that can lead to either karoshi, which means death by overworking, or karojizatsu. He looked down, ashamed for some reason. Before the fight with the person who reduced me to this. He pointed to his figure, hissing in pain. Of what kind was the real mystery? Before all of this, I had to work at least 80 hours a week. Sometimes, the work I had to do exceeded over 100 hours. It was exhausting. Melissa shifted her focus and concern to All Might. You never told me that. Because, with empty eyes, he looked towards both of us. I wanted to seem like I was the hero who, despite every obstacle, pushed through every one of them. He sadly chuckled. There was always a lot of pain that I was hiding in that smile. But Izuku told me that now that I am injured, that I should work on preparing other heroes for my absence. I don't even know right now whether my mom was suicidal or whether she wasn't. She might have. Tears leaked down my eyes, but instead of Melissa comforting me, All Might stood up and placed a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, tears flowing freely. He had tears leaking out of his eyes as well, which shocked me. One leg on the floor, he said, I know what it's like not being able to save everyone. He started to choke up. I wasn't even able to save my mentor. He embraced me as a hero would and broke down in tears as I did. As his tears slowed, he focused on me, pulling away from the embrace. The only thing you can do is to try to protect the people around you. His eyes, once sullen and dry, looked to be still burning the flames of his strength. Be a hero who will be able to starve off the darkness of the world. I nodded. I will. Then, my phone started ringing. Who is calling me? All Might said, take the call. His smile returned. It might be important. I nodded as I exited the room. Achiko? Why is she calling me? I picked up the phone, expecting a softer voice. Hello. Instead, I got Ida yelling on the phone. Izuku, I need you to vacate wherever you are to come to the USJ. Immediately. Wait, what? Slow down. I don't have the time to, at this moment. He was breathing heavily, meaning he was running very fast and not getting enough oxygen in his lungs to compensate. I'll send you the coordinates immediately. I heard the phone switching into speaker mode, as I had gotten coordinates from Achiko's number. Wait, tell me what happened to the other students? I was trying to get him to slow down. Sorry, since the battery on this phone is low, this is all I can tell you. Mr. Aizawa, 13, Toru, they are injured currently. You have been assigned the leadership position of president of the classroom. Live up to that role. The call ended, presumably because the phone died, but I didn't get the time to think about it. I ran, faster than bullets, faster than sound. As I reached the coordinates, the sound barrier broke in front of the doors, giving me the ability to walk in, interrupting what had just appeared in front of me. Toru was in the hands of the enemy. Achiko was fine if a little scuffed up. However, the pinnacle of my anger reached when I saw Aizawa, bloody, broken. No. I quietly walked to Shigaraki, which stirred his attention. He lost his grip on. You will not hurt anyone else. I ran in, launching my full strength into a punch. I punched through sound barriers, keeping my eyes wide open with rage, directed squarely at the man harming Tsuyu. My mind was racing. These guys have been able to sneak into the most secure school in the world. They must have a secret. Why have they been able to stay in the USJ for over an hour without anyone else being notified? Nomu. Then, the giant beast who was previously crushing my teacher's skull, stepped in front of the blue-haired man, as if his mother. Sheet. I used the force from the punch to propel me into a spin, turning into a technique Master Bang taught me. Water stream rock smashing fist. I struck the Nomu, and it knocked him back to the edge of the USJ. He broke through the structure, but as soon as he was knocked down, he punched another hole in the structure to re-enter. Wait, that was most or my strength. How could you stand up after that? Fear was felt inside me for the first time in over a decade. The fear of losing? The fear that I couldn't win? I wasn't sure. I grabbed Aizawa, 13, and Tsuyu from their clutches, defeating all the villains who were in my way. I placed them in front of the rest of my classmates. Take Aizawa and 13. I'll handle this. Achiko grabbed my arm as I was about to run into what possibly could be my death, and I stopped. Izuku. I turned around to see Achiko crying. In joy? In sadness? Thank you, and I'm sorry. I held a smile towards her, and towards everyone. I can do this. I can defeat him. I faced the Nomu, who was menacingly walking towards us. His body had a massive gash in it, but it healed over in a matter of seconds. Super healing? Based on him only flying a few feet out of the building, he must be incredibly heavy and be able to withstand a lot of pressure and external forces. So, is it shock absorption or shock nullification? It can't be nullified, because if it was, he wouldn't be flying off at all. More importantly, he has multiple quirks. I walked towards the Nomu, to which he ran towards me. I punched him once more to clear more distance between him and me. While he did skid a few yards away from me, he still stood upright. What? Nomu, kill him first. Then we will kill All Might. Understand? The blue-haired man talked down to the Nomu, as if it was his pet. If this is what he commands, how powerful is this guy? The Nomu ran after me again, charging into me with his full force. All my power became available to me, and my brain started working overtime. What can I do? If his power is shock absorption, that means that I'd have to get multiple punches and kicks in. The only thing I can do is incapacitate him, because if I punch him super hard, the damage would be spread out to somewhere else. I don't know if any of these guys can take this person down. You're a smart one, aren't you, Izuku Midoriya? The man looked at my face and saw my expression. Confusion set inside me, but I moved that aside, and I knew what I had to do now. The only thing I can do is knock him unconscious. I ran towards the Nomu at 100 miles per hour, getting to him in milliseconds. He tried punching me, but I was way too fast for him. I broke his spinal cord, rendering him temporarily paralyzed. He was stunned as the creature collapsed on the ground, face down. That wouldn't stop me, however. I front kicked him into the air, and his body shot up into the air, breaking through the upper glass. As he fell, I jumped into the air to have my leg meet his head, and I did a jump front kick up his chin. His head buckled, and he was launched back into the air again, this time falling back to earth on his head. His brain exploded upon the floor, and the grunting and the punches of the beast ceased to continue. Even if his brain can regenerate, his memories and his connection to this guy will not exist. He won't be under the control of them now. He's free. The beast didn't recover, because sure enough, there was no connection established between him and the blue-haired man. The beast was lying on the floor, unresponsive. No. You cheated. How did you know to destroy his brain? I laughed at him. I just figured it out. Once you strip away your power, strength, you're just a child. A spoiled child. He was set off, and a warp gate appeared behind me. And what are you but a spoiled child? The blue-haired man appeared behind me, and I jumped out of his way and his grip. He opened his arms, as if he were making a speech. You entered into one of the most prestigious schools in the world, and you got in. You sit alongside heroes, eat free meals, get opportunities no one else can get in other schools. And all it took was what? A little help from our spy. Spy? Yes, our spy. Are you surprised? No, I'm furious. I clenched my fists. I worked hard to get in, to get these opportunities. I've surpassed every barrier that has been placed upon me, and I've never turned to villainy. I don't know the circumstances of your life, but know this, just because the world doesn't care about you, doesn't mean you get to hurt it, and doesn't mean they will care about you once you retaliate. In fact, you'll be ignored and thrown into Tartarus. That is your flaw, and it will doom you. The heroes appeared shortly thereafter, and the blue-haired man said, My name is Shigaraki. Know that name as later. He stepped 1 foot through the portal and turned towards me. It shall be the name of the man who kills you. He disappeared and I took a deep breath. Finally. That was hard. All Might entered shortly after, and looked upon the destruction that was caused through the Class 1A, who came back with all the heroes, cheered. I looked towards the corpse of the beast. Within minutes, all the heroes and all the classes saw me overlooking the Nomu's dead body. He defeated him in only a few kicks. My entire class cheered, but I remembered what happened to Saitama, and right when a random person came in. Well, I can't believe it was that easy for a weakling like this quirkless guy to defeat him. Everyone seemed surprised by the statement, that their cheering stopped. My lips thinned. Weakling? He literally destroyed that beast when all the heroes here couldn't. Achiko was the first to defend me. A bittersweet smile grew on my face. Well, that just means that the heroes defending us aren't that good, are they? If one quirkless weakling can defeat a beast that injured many heroes, then how are the heroes defending us any useful? The other heroes swallowed their spit, including All Might. Hey BSRD, how do you know he's a weakling? Because he's quirkless. By definition, people with quirks have to be stronger. So, if our own heroes can't defeat a threat like this, then how are we supposed to handle worse threats? Shut up, blonde. You're blonde too. Also, why? I knew what I had to do. I laughed, almost in an evil way. All the heroes looked at me as well as the students there. Wow. Mr. Aizawa really took out a lot of the Nomu's strength, didn't he? Along with 13. He tore apart his limbs, which made it really easy to kill him. Even though I couldn't see their faces, I could feel the burning hatred from the eyes of the teachers. And now I get to take all the credit. And I barely had to do anything. Man, being a student here is easy. I heard a lot of the teachers grit their teeth in anger, but when I looked back at my class, all of them looked with pure admiration. I wasn't sure. You should also probably get Aizawa and 13 treated. Wouldn't want these heroes dying on me, otherwise I'm not going to get those all-important fans and recognition. The teachers seemed said, all except All Might. He looked at me with another look of familiarity. Eventually, Aizawa was carried to the nurse's office, and I followed him and 13 while they were being carried. The nurse said, when I said I didn't want you getting more injured, that didn't mean I wanted the teachers injured either. I sighed. I'm sorry. Flashes of what happened yesterday night appeared, and I kept those memories in. I had no excuse not being here today. I'm sorry. Despite myself, I said that, tears running down my face. You wouldn't be crying if that were true, would you? I was shocked out of my tears, and saw Aizawa's bleeding eyes. Yeah, you're right. I couldn't look him in the eyes, and I dried my eyes up. Now, Midoriya, here's what I'd like to ask you. He sat up against the back of the bed frame. Why did you cover for my incompetence? That was unexpected. Incompetence? Howard Dash. I failed the very job I was supposed to do, protect you kids. That is inexcusable for me to do. You shouldn't have to do my job for me. But you did all that you could, Mr. Aizawa. He sighed. I hate to say this, but my best isn't even close to enough. His lips formed a thin line. I can't use my quirk for more than a few times before my eyes get dehydrated, and even when you guys were near death, I couldn't muster any strength to get up. He stared at himself, more his legs and chest. I've gotten too comfortable being a teacher here. Thinking that I could have easily beaten all of them was my mistake. I need to push beyond to get stronger, so no one else will be hurt again on my watch. He said that, and I could only respect him more. But the reason I made myself seem like the villain, it wasn't entirely because of you, Mr. Aizawa. He looked intently at me, but I could only see him in the corner of my eyes. Half of the reason was to not take away from what you and 13 have done, but the other reason is that I don't want people thinking that me, a quirkless person, is stronger than more experienced heroes. Memories surfaced. Of school. Of friends. Of life. Last time I fought back, I nearly made my family go bankrupt, which wouldn't have gotten me here in the first place. I muttered that last sentence. The world isn't rational, and they rarely are consistent with their logic. So I can understand why you don't want to fully reveal your strength to the world, even if you do want to be in this school. Thank you for Dash. However, what about your classmates? What about your trust in them? He interrupted me again. I rubbed my neck while looking down towards the floor. What are you talking about? I trusted them with my life in the Dash. Sometimes it's easier to trust someone with your life than to trust them with how you feel. Isn't that true, young Midoriya? He interrupted me again. From that sentence, I froze up. I stopped rubbing my hand against my neck. Well, that sunk in, which I couldn't help but agree with. Yeah. You rarely act consistently in front of them. Sometimes, you act completely irrationally and speak your mind. Other times, you are completely sympathetic to the people you talk to. However, you also seem to change your perspective from time to time. Sometimes, you seem to care about the students around you, as if you were one of them. Other times, you act like they are threatening you, such as when you threatened Kaminari when he asked to be introduced to Melissa Shield. My lips formed a thin line as well. Well, I've had a rough time trusting people. I'm quirkless, and many people have bullied me in my life. So of course I'm going to keep a wall between my real personality and everyone else. Can you blame me for being a little untrusting? Of course not. I'm not devoid of sympathy. I sighed, but then he continued. Having said that, what about your classmates? They trusted you with not just their lives, but also their livelihood. They could have called anyone in the school. In fact, it might have been easier. He laughed lightly. His face then became serious. However, with the last of their resources, they chose you, despite not knowing if you would save them. They chose you, despite being quirkless. They chose you, despite not knowing where you were. They chose you, because they trusted you. Not to mention how everyone voted for you as the class president. I looked up at him, and despite his bleeding eyes, I saw an unhinged passion to improve. To learn. To change. They chose you. His words left me nearly speechless. They really did give their life and happiness in my hands, didn't they? Then it hit me. I'm the class president? He smiled. Yeah. He looked tired, so he lied back down on the bed. And you've done a damn good job for your first day. I smiled as his eyes closed for the night. After the massive battle, the school was, coincidentally, almost over. So many of the students were being questioned by the press or police. I walked out near the USJ, where, apparently, no student was harmed. I sighed. Thank God. I got there in time. Then I remembered Aizawa, and 13, still injured, which dialed back my excitement and relief. But I didn't have time to feel guilty, as the antagonizing eyes of the teachers were piercing through my skull as I continued to walk away. Then I saw dozens of reporters and journalists surrounding a SMA area. Which meant one thing. All Might, what did you do to defeat the Nomu that took down many teachers? Did you go plus ultra, or was it easy? Did you sustain any injuries? All of them were screaming over each other, as if they were fighting for the answer that would gently fall upon their ears, whatever that meant. It felt like my ears would explode. I walked through the crowd of reporters, going next to All Might. I pushed through, and then everyone focused on me, and quieted down as I came to view. It was deathly silent. Yes, he was indeed very cool, taking down the Nomu. The fight came back to me. He did it without a scratch on his body. The rush of adrenaline and testosterone coursing through my veins. The first real fight I had. Without injuring the other students. I continued to flash through the scenes in my head as I continued to lie. He destroyed it, and even though he gave his all, he could have defeated him with a single punch, but instead chose the lives of others over defeating an enemy and sent him flying. All Might was about to contradict me, but he was prevented by the onslaught of reporters. I walked away quite easily now that everyone was focused on All Might, and I could hear him slightly cursing under his breath. I didn't go to my class, who were all still alive and happy. Something I didn't want to change. The atmosphere felt a lot more heavy on my shoulders as I tried to calm myself. From what? I wasn't sure. Was it my mother's health? Someone else's? I didn't know yet. Someone came to me. The weight increased tenfold when I looked at the man. Hello, I'm Detective Tsukauchi. May I ask you a few questions about the villain you encountered? My guard went up once again, as I remembered what happened last night. I'm not sure I want to share it with you, Detective. I nearly walked away. How come? He looked back at me. Because I doubt your police department would do anything with the evidence I'll give you. I'll handle it myself, Detective. I started walking away. What do you mean? He walked towards me, almost chasing after me. Why would I tell you? How can I trust you? My hatred was laid bare, and I wasn't even finished. He seemed stunned, so I started to walk away again. Then he said, I'm friends with All Might. I was disappointed by his answer. Anyone can claim that. How could I trust you after the corruption in the police force? He had no answer. All he had were questions. What do you mean corrupt? I'll have you know that I am honest dash. I wasn't talking about you specifically. I interrupted him. I'm talking about the police force in general. I wanted to continue, but the memories of last night had burned into my retinas, and I could only speak very quietly. Why not, instead of focusing on something we students and heroes can handle, you focus on the enemies lying in plain sight? He was stunned there, long enough for me to walk out of his field of view. Good grief. The suffocation calmed as I got to see a near sunset over the building. It looked incredible. I could only gaze at its beauty, something I couldn't, or at least didn't do before. I enjoyed the peace, the quiet end of the sun today, as the sun had started to set in the west, creating sparkling after images across the buildings. Rainbows stretched across the city, and I sat on the hill, overlooking it all. Hello, Midoriya? Can I speak to you? I recognized it was Momo Yaoyorozu. I turned around, still sitting, and sure enough, it was. Sure. What's up? She looked rather uncomfortable, looking away towards the grass. What did you feel rushing into the battle? I shrugged. I was scared. Huh. She didn't expect that answer. I was scared that I wouldn't be able to defeat him without hurting someone else. I honestly said, even though I was strong, that was the first time I hadn't prepared and rushed into battle. It would probably not be the last. Then how could you defeat such a monumental obstacle? I shrugged again. I just had to figure it out. I would hate for the people who wanted me to save them to fear their lives. I would Izuku as a hero then, wouldn't I? She looked inspired? I couldn't tell. Anyways, if something like that ever comes, at least I'll be ready. I stood up, getting enough of the beautiful sunset, and I started to walk away. Wait. I stopped and looked back at her. Why? Weren't you at school today? I sighed. Aizawa's words stuck in my mind. Sometimes it's easier to trust someone with your life than to trust them with how you feel. He couldn't be more right. I mumbled that to myself. Midoriya? I looked up towards her, her embarrassment all but gone. Concern painted the edges of her expression, and her eyes no longer held that piercing, intimidating glare. They were soft, warm, kind eyes. Eyes that looked like my mother's. Like Achiko. Melissa? Yeah. Do you want to dash? I let my guard down to her eyes. My mom nearly died. I spent the day and night at the hospital. I said that, honestly and truthfully. She seemed taken aback. What? How? She seemed shocked, as if she weren't expecting that answer. My lips were in a thin line. I don't know. Yesterday I found her injured, with only a knife in her hand. I looked down. People are saying it's suicide, and the hard thing is, I don't know if it isn't. I finally let my guard down, fully exposing myself to whatever she would say next. Whether that be good or ill was up to her. She grabbed my hand with both of hers, and lifted it up to my face. It's going to be all right. That's all she said. All that she could say. It made me regret telling her. I hope it will. I released my hand from her grip, and walked away again. Wait, would you perhaps like to stay with me for the time being? I was confused and a bit worried. What? You want a guy sleeping over at your house? Of course. I can't let the president of our classroom go back to a place where his mother was injured previously. That's a pretty weird reason, even for someone like her. Why would you be okay with it, though? She stammered. Then she sighed. I want to help you. You've saved everyone. The least we can do, or I can do, is give you a residence to stay while your mother is healing. So that's the explanation she has. I started to notice the subtle blush on her face, her embarrassment, her underconfidence, her true thoughts. I shrugged. Sure. Just got to tell my roommate about it. Roommate? Oh, you mean Melissa? I nodded without thinking. Wait, how did you know? She looked away once again. Both you and Melissa weren't here today, so unless you both did indecent things, you wouldn't be both away under a family emergency. Geez. I'm not the kind of person who would lie like that. I sighed, not having the energy to feel embarrassed about what she had just said. Then what kind of person are you? She said that without warning. What do you mean? What's your foundation? You clearly have brilliance, as your designs for something as unimportant as a softball, you found an improvement for strength and durability, but what morals guide you? What guides you? I raised my eyebrow. I was a person who wanted to save others, and put a smile on other people's faces, and give hope to the hopeless. Like All Might. Those were the words unspoken. I am not like All Might anymore. Those were the words for me. Anyone could want to do that. She seemed rather confused, as if the answer I would give her would radically change her view of me. What keeps you going even when no one will believe you or listen to you? I knew that there were some personal issues that I needed to help her out with, because despite my mother's attitude, I wasn't as oblivious as people made me out to be. But I answered truthfully, regardless. When I was down on my count, injured, I remembered the warm and soft hands of my master. They helped me up as my legs had given out, and a few bullies decided to pick on me that day. Then, it shifted to the eyes of my mother, happily crying to me finally succeeding. She embraced me in a way that she hadn't done before, warming me in the cold reaches of winter. Her embrace kept me warm, even in times where I was in pain, and my body couldn't heal myself. I see everyone who led up to me. My mom, my master, even Bakugu. All of them sent me on the path of becoming a hero. Even him. What did Bakugu do? Well, I swallowed. I don't really feel comfortable sharing that yet. Bakugu and I used to be friends, and he had a falling out with me. Because I was quirkless. Another set of unspoken words. That's quite all right. I texted Melissa, after asking Yayarosa her address, and she responded with an okay. Just don't go doing weird things to us. She might have been joking, but I groaned anyway. Why is everyone thinking that I'm the weirdo? I sighed heavily. It's going to be hard to talk to any guy after today, isn't it? An even deeper sigh left me as I walked with Yayarozu. Thank you, Yayarozu. It means a lot that you are going to take me in for now. She smiled, lighting several candles with her smile. It's quite all right. No need to talk so formally to me, however. I raised my eyebrow. We are classmates and are going to spend many days together as classmates. If you were to refer to me formally, I have a feeling you would tire of it. I chuckled as her limousine came to view. One of her servants, a butler of sorts, opened the door for her. He had dark brown, almost chocolate hair, with it covering his forehead, and his glasses preventing his eyes from coming to view. Madam, is it all right if I could notify your parents of this man staying at the Yayarosa household? Well, good to see that he cares about his job. Yes, that would be all right, Rin. Before anything, he checked me, patting around my body for anything. Knowing this by now, I spread my arms, waiting for him to find nothing. Then, when he did, he wordlessly opened the door for me and Yayarozu, cautiously. She seemed rather confused, but went inside the limo regardless. Then, when I sat down, the butler, who I thought was named Rin, gripped the door handle of the limo rather tightly before slamming the door shut. She seemed rather confused, but I shrugged it off and looked around me. It was a plush velvet, with a red and black interior, mini televisions, and even Wi-Fi capabilities. I sat down in my normal, relaxed position, which was a straight back and sitting at the edge of the seat. All right, so how would you have me refer to you, madam? I said that sarcastically, which she didn't seem to pick up on. No need to refer to me as madam. You are a guest, not a staff member. You can refer to me by name if you would like to. I scratched my head. Are you sure you want me to call you by name? Yes, I would like that. Izuku. It felt weird hearing my name from anyone who wasn't Melissa, as she was American, and called people by their names regardless of who they were, Achiko, as she had become a close friend of mine within a few weeks, and of course, my master and my mom. Okay then, Momo it is. She and I both laughed off any embarrassment that would come by referring to each other by name. We talked about technology as I knew a lot about it, and she apparently oversaw many of the companies who made technology. The difference between us was night and day, especially in the way we talked about technology. But we continued to speak with each other, and it felt oddly normal. Despite being in a limo with possibly one of the richest people in Japan, it just felt normal to talk to her. Then, the normalcy continued even at the gate. I was pulled out of the car, again, before being checked. She seemed shocked by the sudden reaction, but went along with it as they again found nothing. The only things I carried was a watch, a phone, and a wallet, so they couldn't find anything else. Then this time, I was thrown back into the car, and I settled back onto the seats of the limo. Her eyebrow raised. What was that? I shrugged. Then, after a short while, we finally arrived at her house, which she called her humble abode. It couldn't have been further from the truth. There was a massive gate that we had just passed, a towering mansion, and even gold trimmings on much of the outside of the house. Then, for the third time, the servants pulled me out of the car and checked me. What are you doing? Quirkless people usually carry weapons on them, Lady Yayarozu, because they carry no inherent strength. What? He's a classmate of mine. Why are you dash? Hey Yao, if this gives them peace in mind, then let them check me. At least they won't feel as unsafe around me. That was my hope, at least. She seemed confused by my nickname for her in that moment, but she accepted it nonetheless, and again, they found nothing. As I stepped inside the mansion, I saw the full scope of the inside. The atmosphere felt stuffy, yet at the same time hollow as soon as I entered the mansion, with it being so empty besides the few servants around, who all looked at me with suspicious eyes. As if they were looking for a single reason to hurt me. To kill me even. It wouldn't be the first, nor the last. All this wealth, and you use it for this? To hire these kinds of people? My fists slightly tightened, which Momo noticed. Izuku. I snapped out of my anger and tried to calm down. It was hard to. Are you all right? With a shaky voice, and my voice had to crack when I said that, I said, yeah, I'm fine. She was worried. I didn't like that. Though, where should I do my work? Work. Then realization set in. You mean the homework? I nodded. Why don't you do it with me in my room? My eyes were half-lidded. Either this girl is just the purest person ever, or she's going to do something to me. She said it so casually that I couldn't think it was the latter. I mean, sure. Let me just run back to the school to get my work. Carrying my bag, I ran back to my classroom before she could ask a question. I took a deep breath outside the mansion, now that I wasn't in the stuffy, pressurized atmosphere that was her mansion. The trip was only a minute as the school wasn't even a mile away. I didn't know why those thoughts made my fists tighten with frustration. I thought I had gotten used to their hatred and suspicion-filled eyes. I got to the school, just outside the classroom, and walked to my desk. All I could see on my desk was the piles and piles of paper on my desk. Sheet. I reached up and grabbed the top papers, somehow without knocking it down. Even looking at it, it was the height of a normal person. It was my height. Looks like this is going to take a while. I sighed as I got to work. Melissa POV. I continued to sit in the hospital room of Izuku's mother. 20 minutes. That's how long it was since Izuku ran away to school. He didn't call me. At first, I was worried. I looked over at my phone, wanting to check if he texted me. No response. 30 minutes later. Nothing had happened, and I just continued to sit next to Uncle Mite. It felt really freaking awkward, and I didn't know why. Nearly an hour had passed before he spoke to me. Melissa. The heart rate monitor of Izuku's mother continued to beep. Thankfully, since that means that she is still alive, but it made me feel so tense and uptight. Like the air itself had its hand on my throat. Melissa? Yes, I'm Melissa. I jumped back in my seat as Uncle Mite said my name. He looked really confused. Do you mean it? Why am I so nervous? I focused back on where I was, and not my phone, which was nearly dead at that point through me constantly checking it and looking at it. Are you all right? You look to be spacing out. Oh no, I'm all good, thanks Uncle Mite. My voice cracked in the middle of me speaking, my pounding heart, and my high-pitched voice didn't agree with me. Melissa, you aren't a good liar. I sighed, relenting to give him the appearance of telling the truth. Yeah, I know. Though, regarding young Midoriya, now confusion filled my own face. What is it that is between you two? My eyebrow raised. What do you mean? You seem to be rather close to each other, despite just a day between your first meeting. Why is that? I sighed. It's just. The bullies' faces came to mind, making me sick to my stomach. Then, the kind smile and warm hug of Izuku came back, and the sick feeling lessened. He's a really good person. Yes, he is. He smiled crookedly at me, before focusing on Izuku's mom. He didn't ask for more. I wasn't sure why. Since I would only see him once a year, every time, we'd just spend hours upon hours talking about each other, and how our situation has changed from a year ago. Usually, we talked about every small thing that happened in the past year. A person that set us off. A new person or friend that we met or made. But now, there was nothing but silence. We sat like that for a few minutes. The sound of the heart rate monitor was the only thing disguising my nervousness with us staying in silence. As I had nothing else to do, my mind went back to his question. What? Does he think I have a crush on him or something? My cheeks become rosy at the thought, but luckily, or unluckily, Uncle Mite didn't notice. Then, several minutes later, the nurse came up to the hospital room. I'm sorry to interrupt you all, but we are ending visitor hours soon. I was slightly weirded out by the polite bow, but I nodded. We exited the hospital, where I saw a car, and a person in front of a limousine. He walked up to me, sporting a butler-esque look. Are you Melissa Shield? I nodded. Good. Momo Yaoyorozu has invited you over to her abode for the time being. Is that the address Izuku sent me? Okay. Is Izuku there? The man looked like he was disgusted by something, but he nodded. Yes, he is. Wait, Melissa. Uncle Mite called out to me, right before the butler guy closed the limo. "Don't worry, Uncle Yagi." I said his name, knowing his secret. "I'll be fine. I'm not the weak person you think I am." The door closed, and the butler went to the front, shortly after checking me. Uncle might eyed him weirdly, but he just said, "It's just protocol." That's it. The butler, now at the wheel, pulled out of the hospital. "I never thought you were weak." I heard that just as the window had been brought up, and then everything outside was silent. I smiled bittersweetly. "I wasn't as strong as you thought I was, then." I looked out the window of the limo, not looking inside it, and how everything looked expensive. I looked at the city at dusk, which was a beautiful sight. The sun was setting over the water, shining a beautiful color as the sun fell in the east. It was mesmerizing. I enjoyed the ride, so I took out my phone and started listening to the music I had on my pocket earphones. The time went by faster than I thought, and I quickly entered the mansion. It looked so grand, like the mansions out of renders and pictures. Then I came to the entrance of the mansion and I entered it. I tried asking the maids and butlers of the mansion where Izuku was, but all I got was glares, then an apology. "Don't apologize, just tell me where he is." But no one did because when I asked them, they took a long time just to get back to me, saying how they didn't know where he was. These guys apologize way too much. Maybe that's a cultural thing. I shrugged and decided to find him myself. After looking through all the rooms, which many were empty, I was stuck. I tried pulling out my phone to try to find out where he was, but the GPS on his gauntlets wasn't as accurate as it could have been, and I could only track the area within a block, so if he was where they said he was in the house. Even if it was tracking him, the gauntlets I had made him weren't active. So I had no idea where he was. Then I felt a rush of wind as something, or someone, passed me by, then another as it came back. Then I saw the small heat trail and I followed it to a door. "Hello? Is Izuku in there?" "Melissa." The door opened, and I saw the green-haired person that I came to know within a few days. He looked rather tired. "Hey Melissa." He sounded like he was on crack. Not literally, as I learned to say. "What happened? You look like you were taking drags." He chuckled. "I do, don't I?" I looked behind him, and I saw a confused woman behind him. She had black hair, with a spiked ponytail that made her look like a rebellious teen, rather than a part of one of the richest hero families. She was sitting down, eating cherries of all things. He had a bowl of cherries as well, handing it to me. "Have you tried Japanese cherries? They are really good." He acted like a boy in a candy store, which made me wonder what he ate. I only looked at him with confusion. "What? Why are you acting like you are in a candy store?" I walked into her room, closing the door behind me. "Wait, fruit isn't super expensive on Island?" "No? It's like slightly over $1, or 100 yen, to get 30 cherries. His jaw hit the floor. Even Yaoyorozu had her hand over her mouth. "Well, let me taste it." I stole a cherry from Izuku's bowl and chewed on it. It tasted pretty good. But 30 cherries of these would be worth about $2, depending on whether it's labeled under organic or not. "So cheap." Yaoyorozu was shocked. What do you mean?" "That same fruit you said was $2 would be over 6,000 yen, or about $60 here." My jaw was the third to drop to the floor. Wait, what the hell? Another culture shock. I was disoriented with how much I didn't know about Japan. I don't want to imagine why fruit pricing of all things is so DMN high. I noticed, then, the pile of papers that were in his room. "What? How can they assign this to you on your first school day?" He shrugged. "I just do it. That's just how it is." Why is it that Japan is so different from America? I didn't have a lot of work to do, even at UA, so I just looked at my phone and scrolled down to learn more about Japan, so I didn't embarrass myself more. I searched up what I needed to learn to live in Japan. Okay, so learn Japanese writing and reading, preferably reading. Don't take huge portions of foods. Schooling and education, especially high school, is treasured in this country? I mean, that's not too surprising. So make sure you have an education. Yeah, that makes sense. Used items have to be in immaculate condition to be sold? What? They don't have eBay? I was so confused even now. Japanese fruits are expensive, even if they are pretty good. Food variety is huge. Okay, not a huge surprise. My eyes stuck onto one thing in particular. Wait, there is little variety of cheese. What? They have so much variety of tofu, yet no variety of cheese of all things? What? I continued to search up, then I thought about convenience stores. Wonder if these guys have to deal with that questionable food. Wait, convenience stores have really good food. Usually, I remember just the questionable hot dogs at 7-Eleven. What? My mind was about to explode with just the short research I had done. What the hell? What happened? Momo Yaoyorozu snapped me out of my thoughts. I realized that I was still in her room, with Izuku. Nothing. I'm just looking at Japanese customs. Really? What about them? Well, everything? I laughed at my own joke. She didn't. Well, what about Japanese culture do you want to know specifically? I don't know. It's just that, sometimes, people are very subtle about their xenophobia in this country, sometimes they aren't. Right now, I'm just really confused. Xenophobia? In Japan? Well, maybe not just xenophobia anymore. They still are suspicious of foreigners in this country, but now, why is it that people just talk behind quirkless people's backs and ask for their passport or ID, even if you are just walking around? I not only saw it with me, but also other quirkless people. Why is that? She looked dumbstruck. I had no idea this was continuing at this moment. Then never mind. It was wrong of me to dash. It's partially because you look different. Izuku continued to work, but bluntly said that. What? To grossly oversimplify, Japan categorizes people into one of 4 different categories: people who are quirkless, foreigners, natives, and have quirks. It's like a Venn diagram. While finishing his work, he continued to explain to me. People who have no quirk, but native to at least Asia, will be regularly checked, but they can still set up a business, and won't have to go through the incredibly complicated hassle of getting a visa, getting an apartment, renting a house, etc. Plus, with an education, you can get a decent job within the country, especially if you know English and Japanese. He finished nearly half of his papers. What? How did he finish so much in just 10 minutes? Importantly, that's what happens. People who have a quirk, but are foreigners, will have a hard time getting into the country, and some will treat them with disrespect, but if they do come into this country, many people will probably look at them in awe, as many people outside of Japan don't come here, no thanks to them. He stood up and piled more of his finished work next to his pile of unfinished work. People who do have a quirk, and are natives to the country or to Asia, they will have it relatively easy as far as actual life goes. Yes, they will have to work hard to get into a job, but those opportunities are available for them. He swiped his pen, finishing his next paper in the same time it took him to explain that to me. But people who are quirkless and foreigners, well, they have to be rich or educated to even be considered for an apartment, let alone living here, and being treated like shit just for being a gaijin. Gaijin? I remembered that from taking Japanese, but I never remembered what it meant. Basically, it's what we call negatively Westerners. It can be used to describe Westerners in general, but it comes off, usually, negative, and is almost a slur here. He finished his work, over his height, just then. Anyways, anything else? He faced towards me, carrying his papers, which were taller than him. Not really. I was in the last category. Yet, I didn't experience what Izuku described. Sure, I had been held back and I had been checked one too many times, but other than that, I didn't experience that kind of xenophobia. Is that because of something I don't know about? I moved out of his way and he walked to wherever he needed to go. I had no idea about this. Yaoyorozu was shocked. Neither did I. Is that why? Izuku didn't seem to mind being checked and thrown back into his car? He was used to it. I shrugged. I don't know. For all I know, he could have been through something deep. She nodded. He's a mystery, isn't he? I looked back at him, still trying to balance the papers. Yeah, he's gone through more than he lets on. Izuku POV. A few years ago, I saw the truth of the world for people like me. People who dare to not lie down and accept their fate as useless. I was walking home from school, toward the dojo. Okay. So, I just got to say to Master Bang that I don't want to attend anymore. I'll say it's because I don't have enough time, and blame the exams. I felt really guilty, but at the same time, I felt like I was standing still. Despite me being strong, no one cared. I remembered Master Bang teaching me restraint, but it was hard not to lash out. I was so close to that day, when Bakugu tore my notebook in half and threw it out. He laughed, and I felt like showing him my strength. I wanted to hurt him, despite what my master taught me. But I wasn't restrained that day. The only thing that kept me from hurting him that day was the fact that I didn't have the chance to. He walked out of the classroom before I could hurt him, cackling about putting me down. I'm sorry, Master, but I can't find time to continue. I'll try to come later, if I can manage my schoolwork, but I want to take a break. What I wanted was an excuse not to be so restrained. I wanted to show them I was strong. I wanted to show them all. How idiotic that was. Hey, you're under arrest. I heard that as I walked down the road. I remembered seeing arrests ever since I was, but this one would scar me for my life and show me what people do to people like me. I raised my eyebrow and looked over towards an alleyway. I took my phone out and started recording. That's what my master told me to do for arrests. I saw a guy wearing casual clothes being pulled out of the alleyway towards the wall. He had blonde hair and seemed to be foreign, first speaking in English, then started speaking in Japanese. Why doesn't he use his quirk? Is it because... Realization struck me for the first time in my life. Is he like me? Hey, for what reason? He was then slammed against the brick wall. The policeman poured an entire bottle of whiskey on him, which made the man cough out the alcohol. You were driving under intoxication. What? Why did you pour that on me? I'm not drunk. Now, who's going to say that you are innocent if they give you a breathalyzer? What the hell is this for? If you don't stop, I'll put a FING cap in your head. He continued to struggle, saying, But what did I do? A gunshot went off, and the man who was previously struggling stopped. The situation became clear. This was a murder. Stay down. That's what you deserve. Several more bullet shots were heard by me. I felt like throwing up. The man's head was destroyed. His entire body was destroyed. I shakily stopped recording, but dropped my phone. It made a clank sound as the flip phone I had at the time shattered against the concrete. My face flared up with anxiety. The police officer looked and saw a shadow, where I hid behind the trash can. Hey! I ran, faster than I could handle. At that time, I could only run average speeds at 6 miles per hour. I ran across the street, towards an alleyway, trying to hide. If I'm caught, I'm dead. I felt like I couldn't hide anywhere. He knew that he was quirkless and took it to his advantage. What was he going to do against a kid who was even weaker? Eventually, I hid behind a trash can on another alleyway. I tried keeping quiet, but I couldn't. My body was shaking. I had my hands on the side of my head. I buried myself into my knees. I felt like I was next to go. The man shot a few extra bullets around. I'm sorry, Master Bang. So you think you can get away from me, criminal? Well, not on my watch. You are going to jail. He didn't see me. In his eyes, which I could barely see, he wasn't happy. My blood rushed to my head. I felt like I was about to pass out. I couldn't breathe. I'm sorry, Mom. Just when he was about to go near the trash can, someone appeared. Hello there, officer. Huh. The officer saw my master. Master Bang saw me, but pretended like he didn't, wearing a face of searching. Have you seen a young boy? He has green hair, he's a small child, freckles. I was supposed to meet him earlier. I was controlling my breathing, now that he came in front of me. I felt much more calm, and tears started to spring up from my eyes. I made sure I was quiet, forcing my sobs into my hands. The police officer put his gun back and ran off. The man seemed like he didn't want to deal with a quirkless old man, So he retreated. Find him yourself, old man. Or you can get a hero. Even when he left, my sobs went into my hands. Master Bang sighed. People give no respect to the older generation anymore, do they? He looked down at me with one knee on the ground. You saw something he did, didn't you? I moved my dirty hands away from my eyes. He looked deep into me, especially my eyes. He could always see what I was feeling. Both his knees went onto the sharp pavement, and he let me cry out onto him. He patted my head as I continued to release my frustration, my anger, my sadness. I'm sorry, boy. You weren't supposed to see that. I didn't want you to see that for years. Eventually, I stopped crying. Now, you understand why I wanted you to keep restrained? I shook my head. But why do people deserve that? He didn't even do anything wrong. He looked down at me, standing up. From the corner of my eyes, I could see his grim expression. That happens. It happens even to the best of us. I looked up to him. I am quirkless as well. That was not the only person who they hurt. His tears sprung out, and he fell down on his knees once again and cried onto me as I did. Eventually, our tears slowed, and we stood up, with heavy hearts. He walked me back home, holding my hand tight. He cleared his face of any tears, so I did the same. My mom was concerned, but my master stuck up for me, saying I was with him. After worrying and telling me to promise not to be reckless again, my master left, and I walked in with a broken phone in my pocket. I remember the next day, where the news of this broke out. The police officer reported that the man, who was unnamed, was drinking and driving. A lot of my elementary school classmates said things like, they kept saying, if he didn't, or, if he did. As I walked down the hallway to my classroom, I heard them speak about the man. If he wasn't driving drunk, he wouldn't have died. If he wasn't resisting arrest, he wouldn't have died. If he wasn't quirkless, he wouldn't have died. None of them knew the horror that man had gone through. No one, except me. This time I turned my eyes and ears off. I stopped listening to them. I'm sorry, master. I can't afford to be mad or angry. Otherwise, I don't want my mother to find my corpse rotting on a dead alleyway. I pushed myself to keep going to martial arts. I broke barriers I didn't think possible. People continued to call me weak. But I didn't care anymore. My eyes and ears were now fully focusing as my master instructed me, but I felt so empty that I didn't care about their qualms with me. So I continued to wall myself from everyone, to avoid lashing out. They had no idea what I'd been through. My eyes had darkened that day. They were no longer the shining green that they were just a few months ago. They had become dull. On my way home that day, I looked towards the blue sky. I'll achieve my dream without any of them. I'll work on my own and get there. I'll make sure that, Master Bang, both of you will have someone like me you can be proud of. I'll be the person they will never dismiss as weak. Most people took one look at my dulled eyes and avoided me, calling me a creep. But I told myself I didn't care. I continued to run past them, past everyone. I won every tournament, every competition, everything. Yet I didn't feel accomplished. My life felt still empty. Lonely. I was 13 at the time, and I felt more empty than usual. That no one cared about me, even if my mom and my master did. I kept telling myself I was fine, but that was one of the only times I didn't tell her about anything. Luckily or unfortunately, she trusted me, continuing to smile and embrace me, not knowing how much that meant to me at that time, and especially now. I fell to sleep, watching the moon come over my window. Then I got out of my bed. I looked at my phone, a OnePlus 5, and searched up something. Just carriers, schools, family, anything to keep me from feeling empty. Then I saw the website for the School of All Might. UA. I remembered the first video, one from years ago, about All Might walking out of the rubble. One who, as far as I knew, just worked hard to get in UA, with or without a quirk, and became the #1 hero. He went to UA. So that's where I had to go. The only place that accepted quirkless heroes like me. Place where I could become the strongest hero. Izuku POV. I walked with my memories burying me. Remembering my past nativity, thinking going into UA would solve my problems. I could safely let my guard down. I could meet people like me. You could love someone. Like hell it would. I sighed on my past thoughts as I was checked for a fourth time. I dropped my papers on the floor, which the butler accidentally knocked over while checking me, and stepped on a few papers. I was angry. That wasn't something I could afford to feel. I'll send it to them for grading through email, and I'll give them physical copies, just so they can't lose it. They are probably going to find ways to lose it, though. So, after finding the printer on my own, I scanned my papers, sent it to all my teachers, and packed dozens of papers into my bag. I slammed against the wall, tired. Do you mean it? Why? A single tear left my eyes. I stopped it from going any further. This is not the time or the place. I walked out of the printer room and walked around the mansion. I was checked a total of 10 times as I walked around the mansion. They said it was protocol. I didn't care anymore. I had gotten used to it. That's what I told myself anyways. Maybe I can meet up with Master Bang. I decided to change into my uniform with the belt modifications Melissa had made, including the gauntlets. Maybe I can talk to him. Melissa POV. A notification ping came. Izuku's wearing the gauntlets? Why? Then, I heard knocking outside Momo's room. I opened and saw Izuku, again, wearing his uniform? Huh. Hey guys, just want to say that I'm going to my martial arts school. You're a martial artist? He seemed confused. Didn't you modify my belt? You saw that I was a black belt. Touché. No, it's not that. It's just, most black belts I know are just rich people who bought their way into the rank or they dash. He groaned. Seriously? I have to fix the perception of them too. He muttered that under his breath as he stood outside. What do you mean, Izuku? He looked up at both Momo and I. Well, I can't say anything about them, but martial arts, it's not something you should buy your way into.